Hey, y'all, give me a minute for setup. Try not to knock that over. You guys ready to make some hoops? Make some hula hoops with me? It's so hot. Hey, Melissa. Okay, y'all. It's dark. And I lost fast. All right. Do y'all have your supplies? Everybody go get their supplies? Did you get your supplies? Supplies. We're going to make hula hoops today. And we'll still talk about the solar plexus, I promise. Is this a live art class? Sure. Usually we spend this whole time talking about chakras and the energy system. And one of the really great things for your chakras is to hula hoop. Dancing. So, I'll make several videos about the different supplies you'll need. So we are making hula hoops. Yeah, sure. It's a live art class for now, today. I am live on TikTok and YouTube. Take a pick. Right now it's just really fucking hot. So I'm trying to cool down. And I guess I'll need some scissors to cut the plastic off of these things. Are you staying on TikTok? Fair. YouTube is just a wider angle. But poor camera quality over there. Sorry, YouTube. I'm about to lose all my tassels today. Because I keep sitting on them. So, that's what we got. User friendlier. Mm-hmm. Hey, Daddy Kitty. Hey, baby. I know. My kitten got it's one of those grass, what are they called? Stuck in his foot. And so now he's limping everywhere. Willow, you really helped me notice in these last 2 weeks the colors I don't wear, starting to wear them more now. Yay! How has this month been? Hey, Dream Baby. For me, wearing all the yellow this month, as we're talking about the solar plexus, and I'm eating yellow, and we're using yellow. It's been a little exhausting. Willow, I'd be curious how your experience wearing the new colors is. And for anybody else who doesn't know what we're talking about, a really good way, a really simple way, a really accessible way. Hey, Red Mama Yeti, to balance your chakras is to wear the colors of the chakras, which are the colors, same colors in the rainbow. An easy way to remember which one's which. If you guys remember the, what's it called? Is it called like a mnemonic device or something like that? Anyway, the colors of the rainbow go in the order of Roy G. Biv. For those of you who did not get that in school, Roy G. Biv, ROYGBIV. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Typically, we talk about this one as a purple chakra and this one as a very light purple to white color. But that Roy G. Biv, starting from the root going up, is going to tell you what order your chakras are. And if you find yourself not really wearing a certain color or you don't feel good in a certain color, I encourage you to try wearing that color, try wearing a different shade of that color, or maybe you need a different color to balance it out. It's a bit of a challenge. Mm-hmm. More yellow and red. Nice. Your hands have been really tingly holding mudras. Some I can't do due to intensity. Annoying. You can always go back to the simplest of mudras, right? We can always go back to the basics. The Gyan mudra. Honestly, touching your thumb to any of these fingers is a mudra. Hello, sir. What do you need? Do you need to go outside? Okay, move. Let's go. I'll put you outside. Good boy. Donna. Here. Kiki. 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 There you go, Daddy. always go back to the basics. I'm curious which mudras you're using. In particular, are there particular ones? Like, are you using the ones from this month, the solar plexus? And are those tingling, or are all mudras tingling? It's so hot. I do not do well in heat. I'm gonna get scissors so we can cut these open. Oh wait. That's why that wasn't working. The Shankha mudra. Hidra. This one, right? I forget how to do this one. Yeah. Just keep record, keep note of those things, right? And what may be difficult to do right now, may be easier to do another time. I try to maybe too much coffee. I do try to let the mudras lead. Like, one of the biggest lessons that I have learned in my journey in the last 4 years or so is that I spend a lot of time trying to force and push to make things happen, to make, to get myself there faster. And in doing so, I often pushed the very things I was looking for away. You can't really be in a peaceful state if you're like clamoring for tomorrow, right? You can't be in a peaceful state today if you're, and that was where I was. So I always encourage everybody, right? Slow down. There is no rush. Time is a freaking illusion. So maybe it's just too much for the system, or it's just not what your system needs right now, right? Let's see. Right after I eat, I'm not going to do a mudra for digestion because it's going to cause my digestion to feel uncomfortable, right? If I'm hot, if I'm feeling overheated like I am today already, I'm not going to do breath of fire, right? Or a mudra that would increase heat. I would use a mudra maybe that would cool me down, or a cooling breath. And those are kind of more obvious because it's, But with the mudras, sometimes we don't know all the intricacies of what they are doing for us. And so if one of them is saying not right now, then just respect it. I don't know. Yeah. Let's find something to sit on. Seriously, I'm going to lose my tassel. Those tassels, I'm going to be so sad about it. But oh, now he wants back in. Hold on. Good boy. Come on in. Good boy. Good puppy. All right. So let's get started unpacking. Shall we? Shall we unpack our goodies? Remember, guys, we can talk chakras all day while we're in here making hula hoops, but we're also going to talk hula hoops. Did I tell you I found the other coupling? I found the 1/2-inch couplings. So now we can make more of the smaller hoops. I think that was a detail that I left out prior, was that, I highly recommend trying both sizes, the 1/2-inch and the 3/4. I personally like the 3/4 better. A little bit of weight to it. Yeah. Bigger. Not always in terms of hula hoops, but. So we're using today, the reason the hoops or the tubing, the piping looks different, this one and that one, is really just a price difference. I found that the gas rated 3/4 inch pipe is actually cheaper than the irrigation tubing. That stuff, the white stuff over there. I gotta put it behind me, you guys can hardly see. I'm a mess today. It's too hot. I'm not happy about it. But we're still gonna hula hoop. And maybe we'll do some cooling breath. Maybe we will do some cooling breath. Even though it's not solar plexus charging, the cooling breath at the very least can help quiet the digestive system, calm too much heat in the body. And our solar plexus is our center for heat, right? For our pranic energy. So we'll do some cooling breath. That's what I need. I also need a bigger angle here so you guys can see a little bit more, or I have more space to move around with this stuff. So did everybody get their supplies? Did you guys get your supplies? There you go. I figure we'll make several hoops while we chat about the chakras. So if you don't have your supplies and feel like running out and getting some supplies, hopefully your local hardware store will have them and you won't have to go on a wild goose chase like I did. We'll be doing this for a while. What you will need is 1/2 inch or 3/4 irrigation tubing. You will need some tape, duct tape or electrical tape to, what's it called? Decorate them. You're going to need some of these couplings. These are the 3/4 inch. And then I've got the 1/2 inch as well in the back. You haven't been able to master the art of the hula. I always say that it really did. It took me living with, I think there were 5 of us total. I think so. Yeah. So I lived with 4 other women who all hula hooped. And I was, I can keep a hula hoop up, but I couldn't really hula hoop otherwise. And it was night after night after night after day after weekend of hula hooping with those gals. Not just outside, but also inside of our living room that was only big enough, really, for one person to be hula hooping in the living room. But we fit 3 in there. And that was a really cool experience, learning to control the hoop, learning to shift the hoop up and down, learning to, one person swings the hoop that way and I swing the hoop this way so that we can go different heights. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And it helps a lot to do that with others, to learn with others. Yeah. You could do it as a kid somewhat. Nice. Well, come make a hoop with me and we'll try again. Because honestly, the hula hoops you're going to buy in the store, they're flimsy. They're way too lightweight. Thank you, Tammy. And thank you, Jason, too. Thank you, guys. Those little kid hula hoops are not what you need to be hula hooping with. If you want to learn to hula hoop as an adult, don't use those little kid hula hoops. I don't even like the little kid hula hoops for little kids. Holy moly, why is this so difficult to get off of here? And okay. Did I mention it's hot and I don't like the heat? So we're going to try to get through this without any grumpiness. We'll see. Yeah. Good job. I know. You just put too much pressure on your hacksaw. All right. Good thing I got the pipe cutter. Putting the hacksaw back together. job of a saw. Almost. Crap. Okay, so when you go and get your supplies from the store, they have these little hacksaws. And funny enough, some of these come with the blade turned inside so that you're not going to accidentally cut yourself, right? But they're fucking hard to get back in. Monica, could you use spray paint to decorate versus tape? You can. The only qualm about it is that with how much you touch it and how much it touches your skin or your clothing, it may very well come off. I've actually really never seen anybody really using spray painted hoops, and I guess that's part of the reason why. I said it's hot, and I said I was going to try to get through this without being grumpy. And you, Hacksaw, are not helping my cause at all. Yeah, I'd stay away from spray paint, just so I didn't end up with it all over me. Holy tomfoolery. Get your ass in there. Got it. Yes, it's teaching me patience, Tammy. That's right. Oh, you said you were feeling grumpy? Let's practice patience. See, and this is why I always revert to curiosity and willingness before things like patience, love, acceptance, being even tolerant, right? I mean, curious and willing is a kind of tolerance, I suppose. But when you're feeling grumpy, it's a hard jump. It's a big jump sometimes to go from grumpy to patient. See? And I think it gives us kind of the wrong, maybe not the wrong idea, but it gives us a harmful idea that we're supposed to be able to just flip a switch. And if we're having an emotion and that emotion is, real and moving through us, it isn't a switch. It is a real experience. And I think a lot of us really have broken trust with ourselves by denying those experiences in favor of doing what we thought we're supposed to do, right? We're supposed to be patient. Monica, my angry pirate loves to be able to take charge. Yep. Don't they? But what are they doing? What is your angry pirate doing? But trying to defend you. This is how we're going to get out some frustration today. But trying to protect you, right? That's your defender. That's your greatest. Your anger's got your back, even though it might not be the most mature about the way it handles things. Patience and perseverance. It's only this way, so you can go that way. Morning, sunshine. Love you. Yeah, I just woke up, squishy face. Will never get old. My child's adorable, but I'm biased. This is not going to work. Don't try it again because that's what popped it out. Okay, well then maybe you should go get scissors. Maybe, but I don't know where the scissors are, and then I'm going to be all, running around the house looking for the blessed scissors. Okay. Conversations with pirates. Maybe that's what I should change my entire TikTok to. Conversations with pirates. Hey, I think I figured it out. I think it's just going to slide off this way. Hey, Nikki, how are you? We are making hula hoops today. I put a couple videos out for supply getting. I purposely brought the camera this way so you can go behind it, okay? Just watch for the cable. Or you can go back to bed. Do you want to hug? Wait right there. Oh, jeez, Ashma. Morning, finish up there. Do you want my popsicle?
I don't like the coconut.
It's not coconut.
It's
It's mango.
Oh.
Yeah.
You got a new popsicle thing?
No. Try it. Oh, that was the one I got from the store like 2-3 times ago when we went together. I just never ate it.
Mm.
Remember when you guys ate popsicles in the back seat?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. Can I have the whole thing?
Yep, you can have the rest. Mm-hmm. Okay. Their fist? What? Oh, the angry pirates like to take the lead. I don't like to be thwarted. That one shows up a lot. Shaking their fist. Yes. But I will, I know I feel like a broken record, right? But the value of being able to witness those parts of you before they grab the wheel and move your fist or say shit you don't mean or you have to apologize for or do something that you otherwise wouldn't do, right? How many times have we made the excuse for ourselves or just acknowledge, let me not even call it an excuse, just acknowledge that, wow, I was not in control of myself. I was not making decisions there, right? Not this I, not the centered present I, but the triggered from somewhere else deep down below I. Gotti, are we gonna hula hoop? Yes, but we're making them first. We're making them first. And anyone who would like to join me, cat fur. Yeah. I use mental pictures to express it. Nice. Like walk yourself through it. Like imagine the pirate doing or saying the thing that it's wanting to do. Mm-hmm. I use the, the mental image, I guess, of imagining the things like anxiety as my friend who's in the car with me whenever we go somewhere, right? Anxiety doesn't really, sometimes sure it lives here at the house, but a lot of times the anxiety is my friend who goes out places with me. Depression is a lover who sleeps in bed with me, right? Depression may sneak out of bed sometimes and, or pull me back into bed sometimes or make me not want to fucking get out of bed or make it really hard to sleep, right? But I allow those to be in those spaces. And that imagery of imagining it as another person starts to trigger our empathy and our compassion, right? When it's just ourselves, it's just us. We don't. Mm-hmm. Tammy, I take it out to eat and buy it dinner. There's this cute little spot I try to go to at least once a month here in town. And sometimes a lot of times I just go by myself. Because dating yourself is fun. Because it's so cool. Hey, Christina, how are you? I'm making hoops. I think I'm going to switch, maybe, I don't know. I'm having lighting issues and heat issues and hoop issues. I'm just having some issues. Monica, I let angry pirates express its wants via visions of its want to retaliate. You then laugh. It has many advantages. All right, let's see. I'm going to bring YouTube down. Oh, I don't think I can because of the cable. I don't think I can. Sorry, YouTube. You guys are going to be up there on the table for a little bit longer. Okay. Hey, Christina. Somebody asked how many, and I don't know if I missed how many hula hoops are we making? How many hula hoops are we hula hooping with? I'm going to make as many hula hoops as I can today. We're going to stay on here, like I said, for several hours. We're going to continue to talk about the solar plexus and the other chakras, and mindfulness and mudras and all of our good stuff. All the good stuff we talk about all the time in here. We're still going to talk about all that stuff. We're just going to make hoops as well. I want to fix this. Where did I get the tube? I got the tubing at my hardware store. Actually, I had to go looking around to find the right stuff. Because once upon a time, this used to be available just in a big roll. You know the back of the hardware store where they have all the tubing. Usually it's flexible tubing, and so they have these on these big rolls. And they used to have this stuff on that, but they don't anymore. So you usually get them in 100-foot packs, 100 feet, I believe. I think that's what these are. That's not the right one. So hardware store, what you need from the hardware store is irrigation piping, either 1/2 inch or 3/4 inch irrigation tubing. But what you see behind me here is irrigation tubing and gas tubing. Why did I get 2 different tubing? Price. That was it. The 1/2 inch of the irrigation PVC was cheaper than the gas rated one. But the gas rated 3/4 inch was cheaper than the 3/4 irrigation water. Yeah, so they're otherwise the same in terms of flexibility and the what do you call it here? The size of the wall, right? That's 3/4. Mother clucker. You'll also want to get these couplings because you put your hoop together with the couplings like this. You have to have 2 ends to insert into the tubing. Yes. All right. So we are going to make more of the 3/4 ones. I need different fucking coupling for the other one. Because I did not. Do I know what it's called? It's called PEX piping or PVC. If you just go in and ask for PEX irrigation tubing, and they'll know what you're talking about. And you can ask them for a gas rated version. Once you're here with the tubing, you can ask them for the gas rated one just to see if there's a price difference. But it just depends, on what they have at your store as well.
Can I have a little
Yes.
in there?
How do you measure for the size of your body? It's really kind of up to you. What are we using it for, Dream Baby? Hula hoops? It totally depends. And you will see hoopers out there in the big Wild West, right? Hula hooping with smaller hoops as well as with bigger hoops. You've even seen the full body hoop potentially that somebody just stands inside of this big, but those are not tubing. I think those are actually metal copper sort of deals. I've always wanted to try one of those. That sounds like a lot of fun. So hula hoops, breaking hula hoops, and I'm done wrestling with this thing. It's too hot to wrestle with stuff. All right. So yeah, the size of your hoop depends entirely on what you want, how you want to hula hoop. You've got to move faster with a smaller hoop. But there comes a point at which the size of a really big hoop is just unmanageable. But with 100 feet of tubing, you should have plenty to make a smaller hoop and a bigger hoop and a medium hoop and a couple of similar sized hoops. You can be exact about it if you want to, if you have a flexible measuring tape, right? Or you can simply freehand it. And that's usually what I do. So you'll need something to cut the piping. This is a hacksaw. This is probably the cheapest option you're going to find. And a lot of times these things, beware, the blade comes turned inward. So the teeth are on the inside where the packaging is so that you don't cut yourself. But that's not how it's supposed to be used. You can turn the blade around. Don't get stuck there. Ooh, cover it with UV tape. Is thicker easier? The thicker hoops, like the piping here, is easier to hula hoop with than the cheap hoops that you find at a regular old store because it's heavier. Yeah, mostly just because it's heavier. And it's not a ton heavier. Some people were talking about weighted hoops. You can totally weight your hoops if you want to. I highly suggest not. Somebody's calling me. I highly suggest not weighting your hoops at first. Start with just these, right? Try it out like this. UV tape would be fun. You can get like, you can get all kinds. I mean, duct tape is known for having all sorts of crazy colors and patterns and things like that. Duct tape is my preferred tape to have on a hoop because of the grippiness and because it doesn't really come off, right? It's duct tape. We know that stuff is going to stay on for a long freaking time. However, it's easier to decorate with electrical tape. Much easier to decorate with electrical tape because what you're doing, and we'll get to this when we do it, right? What you're doing is wrapping the tape around and around and around and around the hoop. And to do that, unless you want it just right on top of itself like this, even then, you have to angle it just enough so that it keeps going around the hoop, right? Duct tape, with how wide it is, it makes it kind of hard to get that really smooth wrap all the way around unless you're really taking your time. And again, sometimes there's more shenanigans when we're taping our hoops. And so I have both. Fish weights would work. Yep. Some people just put sand or water in their hoops. You can do those things too. Under a black light with UV tape. Nice. Yeah, there's glow in the dark tape. There's also, I mean, you can use any type of tape that you can stick to a hula hoop. Somebody asked earlier about spray paint, and my only caution with that is that it's probably going to come off on your hands and on your clothing or on your stomach or wherever, your legs, wherever you're hula hooping, right? Candy stripe would be fun. Yeah, with the like the material too, how smooth the hoop is, I don't even know if it would stay. Spray paint. All right. So, the other option for cutting the hoop. So as I mentioned, hacksaw. Hacksaw is the cheapest option for cutting the hoop. It's going to take a lot more elbow grease to get through your pipe. And the edges are probably going to be a little more jagged than if you use this fancy tool, which I did not have, and I skillfully justified purchasing yesterday because I'm going to make a bunch of hoops today, and my elbow isn't always that greasy. It doesn't stay greasy forever. Right? This is called a tubing cutter. There you go. See that? There you go. I don't know if you can see that. There you go. Tubing cutter. And these range from the cheapest one I found. Hey, Lila, we're making hula hoops. Come over. The cheapest option I found for this was still $10. I think it might even been $10.99. The cheapest option for the hacksaw was like $6. The high end for this was freaking $90. Some big old whatever. Nah. Obviously, you don't need a $90 pipe tubing cutter unless you're doing a whole bunch of tubing, maybe bigger ones. I don't know. Man. I should have told you guys that I was doing this and come gotcha. So this thing is pretty cool, right? You got the little blade in there and you just size it to fit around the tube. See the little blade? To fit around the tube that you're going to cut. So I am going to cut various sizes. obviously. Okay, good. Whew. I got the one that doesn't fit. No, I didn't. Okay. And the bigger you make them, too, the more likely that they're going to be misshapen or become misshapen. I've used some pretty big hoops before made out of this stuff, and they eventually start to like egg when you get pretty big with them. But again, with 100 feet of tubing, you might as well try different sizes, right? So let's do one of these. Anybody at the hardware store right now getting your stuff? All right. Let's cut our first pipe. Nope, I don't know how big this is, but this is where we're going to start. Look how neat and clean and fancy. That is some fancy pants stuff right there. Soaking this in for a future project. I might repost it. YouTube, we are on YouTube, so YouTube should have the replay, and I will leave this replay open. So it's our last Saturday, however, of Solar Plexus month. So how is everybody feeling about their Solar Plexus? How was this month for you? Okay, I guess we got to do it a little tighter. Fancy, fancy, until it doesn't work. Or misshapes my frickin' hoop. What the crap? All right, not nearly as cool as I thought it was. Damn. So now we're off to the hacker. But at least I have a nice line. Uh-oh, does TikTok think this is a dangerous activity? Tammy, can I twist it around? What do you mean, this thing? Yeah, that's what I was doing. Read the instructions! Shh, Tammy! Secure tubing. Place tubing between the rollers and cutter wheel and tighten the cutter. Wheel grips tubing firmly but does not bind. Okay, well maybe I was binding it. Cut first groove by rotating tool 360 around tubing. Tighten the knob slightly and revolve cutter around tubing. I think that's what we did. Guys, it's too hot today. I think my brain melted. All right, fine. Tammy, you believe in this? Because I already made a cut. I just feel like it's not cutting deep enough. Okay, it is cutting a little deeper. Hi, Cyclone.
Are there two things?
Yeah.
One, oh yeah. What day is it?
Saturday.
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 Number?
Saturday. Did you hear me just say it's the last Saturday? Hey, Katie, how are you?
28.
We are making hula hoops, and I am wrestling with the tube cutter. Thank you, Fred.
And then the second thing,
Yes.
May I, since there's just a little left, have the rest of the snitches.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
I did have some banana too before.
What, you had a banana as well for breakfast?
Before I asked you,
Oh,
so I had
Good
some
job, young man.
fruit before.
Way to take care of yourself. Good job.
Sugar.
Oh, Tammy. Oh. I think you might be right. I think we just have to rotate it more. I think we just have to keep going round and round and round and round and round. Been around the world and I can't find my baby. You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, right round, round, round. Thanks, Tammy. All right. Thank God we have expert Tammy in here to help us with this, because otherwise I might have given up and gone to the... What's that? That wasn't on the instructions. Tammy, it's not in the instructions. What is this thing? What is that thing? Anybody? Oh, sorry. What? Okay. I'm glad. Our expert is stumped too. I mean, is it supposed to help it cut? Hang on. Are you going to go check your own cutter? A level? No, because it's just like, it's literally just like a little piece that comes out here. What is that? Sorry, YouTube. As soon as the computer charges, I'm going to bring you guys down here with us on the floor. Show the screen. What? This is that? I was thinking maybe it was a cool little, like, oh, it's for getting this cut deeper, but no, it's not even sharp. It's not even sharp. YouTube, I see y'all over there. You got any answers for me? The hell is this? I need to know. That's for metal. Maybe it's to stab the tube apart when closed. Yeah. The flare at the end. To flare the end of a metal pipe. Ah! We all got to learn something new today. Not only did we learn how to use a tubing cutter, but we learned that this is to flare the end of a metal pipe. Cool. Oh, wait. Is that the part where it says with reamer? Is that the reamer? See that? It says with reamer. You guys probably can't see that very well. You want to look too, son?
Yeah.
Look. This is the cutter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then and I thought that looks like a box cutter, right? That's what that reminded me of, but it's not.
Sure.
Nope. Apparently it's for flaring the end of a metal pipe.
What's flaring mean?
Making it wider.
Okay. How would that make a metal pipe wider, though?
Bro. Wait. Tammy. You got a construction guy at home. Bro. All right. We're going to make it through. We're going to spend the next hour going around and around and around the tube. Here we go round the hula hoop tube, hula hoop tube, hula hoop tube. Here we go round the hula hoop tube. Who's doing it with me? Anybody? You guys, did I do all of this and nobody is making hula hoops with me? You guys are missing out. Get your ass to the hardware store, and go get yourself some PVC, some PEX irrigation tubing, and a tubing cutter. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck with a hacksaw. We are basking in your experience. You guys are just watching me screw up. Well, at least you'll know what not to do. Come on, guy. I like the idea. I really do. You say it's supposed to work, so we're going for it. Ugh. I almost did this outside, too. I was going to take you guys outside, and then I realized that it was literal hell out there. Are you waiting to go get supplies? You're doing pretty great, guy. Thanks, guy. What? A tube made of celery? Yeah. Less dangerous than hacking at it. True, Tammy, but I like to live on the edge. You know, I like to hack at it sometimes. Come on. Patience. Who's that? Oh, it's getting hot from the friction. You know what, guys? This is really putting a damper on my solar plexus right now. You know, your solar plexus is about autonomy, is about industry versus inferiority. Being able to affect your world and do shit and get shit done. That's what your solar plexus is about. Right now, my solar plexus is not happy about this. For real, Monica. Okay. We can do this. We can do this. Come on. You can do it. Come on, little tube. You tubey. I might hacksaw it just to feel more productive here. Sí, mijo, ¿qué tú quieres?
Actually, the trace wasn't too good for me right now.
Wasn't too good?
Yeah, it didn't taste right for me
Oh,
right
no, yeah.
now.
Not ready
So-
for tres leches for breakfast?
Yeah, but
That's understandable.
May I have some chocolate?
Chocolate?
Hershey's from the fridge?
No.
I know.
No.
Why?
You can have one piece of chocolate and then have yourself a real breakfast, please.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any hard-boiled eggs left?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Come on, solar plexus. Seriously, my solar plexus is taking a hit right now. All right. You know what helped makes me feel more productive? Progress. Being able to see some ever-loving progress. Now that is what I call progress. You guys, this is the hardest part of hula hoop making, I promise. I don't know, I'm stuck. Come on! Come on, almost. You're almost there. Almost there. I know, I'm cutting toward myself. We'll be fine. Everything will be okay. Unless TikTok. Aha! Yay! That was so satisfying. Okay. Word of the wise. Get yourself a tubing cutter and a hacksaw to finish the job. That's what I say. Guys, check it out. I have a hula hoop. I got a hula hoop. That's it. That's how easy this is. And you know how much people sell these, especially like custom ones and whatnot? A lot more than for what you can, you know what I mean? 100 feet comes in this package, and you're not going to make 10-foot hoops, right? So yeah, just play with the sizes. See how many you can get out of there. Tammy, what was your comment? Which one? Exchange it? Worth it? Hey, Desecration Conflict, how are you? That's one. One's a little small for what you need. Oh, this thing is small for what I need, but it says cuts from, and then has the range of what it cuts, and this is within that range. Somebody asked, is this gas line? It's not a gas line, but it is gas line tubing. We went to the hardware store this week and last week to get ourselves some PEX irrigation tubing, because that's usually what we use for hula hoops. However, the gas tubing was a little cheaper. So we got that. Yes, sir.
Can you come see for me to explain? It's kind of important.
Okay. It's kind of important, and mom eyes need to see. Mom's present needs to see. Easier a size up, a lot easier. Okay, good to know. However, this was the cheapest one and only at $10, and the next one up, I think was like, I guess it's like $5 more. But I was trying to go for the cheapest option, which is why I grabbed that one. Hold on. Let me observe what's occurring. Just hold this on the side. Just put it on the door. Not on the door, but in the fridge. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Tammy. Did I miss? No. Okay. No. Summer is here. All right. So now that we have a hoop cut, all you need to do is get your 3/4 inch coupling and jam it in there. Okay, this might be the second hardest part about making hoop hoops. Just one side. See that? It has these little ridges on it that'll help it stay inside the hoop. You see those? I don't know if you can see those with the camera quality up there. Put that in one side, shove it in the other, and wiggle those closed. Hey, one down. Yes, it could be helpful to have a second set of hands. Probably not so easy with whatever. Ooh, hey. Okay. Anyone local want to come give me their hands and help me get this hula hoop put together? Yeah, you guys just came here to watch me struggle. I get it now. I get it. Use those toe fingers, Buckshot. If I could, I would. They're good at picking stuff up, but not so great at. They're not very strong. They have dexterity, but they're not very strong. Come on, guy. Get in there. I'm like worried that something as small as this freaking sticker on the side is actually what's making it a little harder to slide in there. Could be the case. You do want to try to get it all the way in there. We can do this. Hold on, I need to stop for coffee. Forget yoga. Forget going to the gym. Go get yourself some hoops. That's what I do. TikTok says we've detected inactivity during your current live. Complete the verification to continue your current live. You guys, I am fucking struggling over here fighting with this hula hoop, and TikTok thinks I'm absent. The hell? Do better, TikTok. Do better. It's so close. Why are my views going up when I'm freaking struggling, you guys? Thank you, friend. Thank you so much. Let's see. We're so close. Look at that. Okay, technically, if you want to, you can stop here and you can wrap your tape over that. I'm not gonna. Nikki, thanks, honey. I believe in fairies. You know we have fairies here. That's why you shouldn't come to Oregon, because Oregon has fae and dragons and very, very big, scary spiders. Mm-hmm. But if you make the fae an offering outside of your house, you're generally okay. Just don't let them in. Just don't let them in. Or they will hide all of your pretty things. And they will, what else do they do, son? Mess up the chores you do, apparently. Fae also, when they get into the house, will mess up your chores. Say you've done the dishes, the fae will come and walk all over them, put food, smear stuff all over them, so that when your mom says, "Did you do the dishes?" and you say yes, it looks like you didn't. Oregon. You mean our no sales tax? We do have higher income tax and we do have higher property tax, yeah. But that's only a problem if you own property or if you have a W-2 job that takes out income tax. Automatically, right? But we don't have income tax, and we don't have sales tax. Property taxes, yes, they are quite high. But that's also what takes care of our roads. So that's pretty cool. Okay, we are so close. Hope Park Yard is unbelievable. I don't know where that is. Sorry, YouTube. You had a glitch there for a second. Eee! So close. So close. Look. All we have left. See that line and then the gap right there? Yeah. That's it. That's all we have to go. We can do it. We can do it. What am I making? I'm making a hula hoop. I have a whole bunch of tubing over here. I have irrigation and gas. And the only reason I have the different one, as I was saying earlier, is because it was cheaper. And there's really no difference in the tubes. But the hardest part about hula hoop making is the initial cutting of it. And now this part. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is this harder or was the cutting part harder? I think this might be harder. Okay. But I don't want to put too much freaking weight on it because it'll bend my hoop. Yes! We're in! In like Flynn. Bam. Look at that, baby. Ba, 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 ba. Stretch out a little bit. That is funny. My bedroom is that off that way in the hallway, and my son is coming in and out of the bedroom and going behind the camera and whatnot. And like a freaking weirdo, he came around the corner backwards with his face on the wall and like and just turned himself and followed the wall. Oh.
Mom, I have a quick question.
Is the solar red mama yeti? Is the solar plexus chakra our self-esteem area, or is it more sacral? The solar plexus is our self-esteem center. This is my center for will and my ability to feel good about myself and about my ability to do things in the world. Now, your sacral chakra is about autonomy versus shame and doubt. So, in that regard, if I feel shameful about my needs, it's also the place where we get our needs met. It's kind of our pantry or our bread basket to the, from the universe, to the connection, umbilical cord. There it is, to the universe. So if our needs aren't getting met, it's going to affect our self-esteem, right? If we don't feel validated or cared for, dude, what? You need armpit scritches right now? All right. Hold on. Puppy needs pit scritches. What's the temp here? It's probably only like 80. I'm dying. So yes, The sacral chakra can affect your solar plexus, their self-esteem, but it's not the center for our self-esteem. So if you want to boost your self-esteem or you're working with your self-esteem, it'd be a good idea to go through the solar plexus. However, as we always do, right? You go down, you look for the red flag, right? Your check engine light. Your body is your vessel, your vehicle. So your body is going to give you a check engine light, whether it be anxiety in your belly or digestive issues or elimination issues or problems with your knees or issues with your feet, low back, right? All of those kinds of things can be related to, are related to your energy body, because your energy body is pervasive through everything within your system, right? So let's say you have your low back, right? That's a pretty common one. A lot of us have low back issues. That's about your sacral chakra. So where you're noticing the red flag, start there, right? And work with that chakra first. You will be very likely led to the next place or the next chakra once you start to work on one thing. The reason I refer to the chakra system a lot when I'm talking about the energy body is because it's a really good way to conceptualize of your energy body, knowing how that structure works, knowing how all the energy moves through all these centers and how it affects your physical body, your emotional body, your ego, your belief systems, your perspective on the world, even the way you physically see the world, all these kinds of things you can address through your energy body. Thank you, Jeremy. Damn, you have all of the above. Must be hard-headed. Well, we just got to start somewhere, right? So if you want to boost self-esteem, yellow. Yellow is your solar plexus. Yellow is, if you take your thumb and your pinky like this, and you place your pinky inside of your belly button, and use your thumb to find your sternum, the base of your sternum, that's your solar plexus. Put your hand on your belly, that's your solar plexus. Hi, puppy. What do you need? What are we doing? Why now? Do you need a knuckle Sammy? Do you need a knuckle Sammy? Do you need a knuckle Sammy? Oof. All right. Did I ever watch Winnie the Pooh? Yeah. I'm going to have dog hair and cat hair in my coffee very soon. All right. So, always been kind of like Eeyore. Let's talk about Eeyore. Eeyore. Ajna, honey. Eli, can you let him outside, please? Thank you, darling. What's the first thing we notice about Eeyore's posture, right? His demeanor. What chakras are being affected here? Definitely my solar plexus. I'm hiding it. Definitely my heart. I'm sheltering it. His sadness is notable in his posture, in his body. Yes. Where do we hold sadness? Where does grief, where do we hold it? In our lungs. Chinese medicine tells us we hold that grief and sadness is held in our lungs, which is where our heart is, right? Our heart chakra. If your heart chakra is out of balance, you're going to either try to protect it, or you may potentially push it really far out there, right? Some of us I try not to use the word excessive. I'm trying to change my wording on this, so sometimes I stutter over it. If you have a very big, open, expressive heart chakra, that energy has to come from another spot. So a lot of times, if you have this coming out here, you may lack in these lower chakras or somewhere else up here. A lot of times we use our voice. Instead of using our voice, we'll push it out through our heart instead. which can be a good thing, but also can be a detriment where we're not allowing ourselves to speak up or speak our truth or hear other people's truths. Or often we're so concerned with hearing other people's truths that we never even speak ours. And that's not going to be balanced either. And that's going to cause an imbalance in the throat chakra. But same, Eeyore, even his throat chakra. Readings. Sorry, I'm just catching up on here. A couple of things here. I noticed I missed a couple of things here. Okay. Readings, you said clearing sacral blocks best done by hula hooping. No, you don't have to hula hoop. Actually, dancing, movement. Your sacral chakra rules your mobility, your joints. This is your center. It's the element of water is the primary element in our sacral chakra. And so it literally is your ability to bend and sway and be flexible and wiggly and whatnot. So if you're very stiff in your structure, sacral chakra really needs some attention. And you can do that by wearing orange, eating orange, listening to solfeggio frequencies for the sacral chakra, dancing, nourishment. Your sacral chakra is your umbilical cord to the universe. This is where we ask for our needs to be met. In social emotional development, it's, I just said it a minute ago, autonomy versus shame. No. Yeah. Versus shame and doubt. This is where our emotions come from. Is where they're seeded from and where they arise from. Now, our emotions are affected and interacting with all the other chakras too, right? This is an integrated system, lots of pieces, but they're all intertwining, right? So it's not like allopathic, right? Western medicine that says there's this part and then there's this part and then there's this part. We can put them all in petri dishes. No, your sacral chakra is where the emotions come from. This is where we first start to ask for help. Think about it in the sense that when you are born, your root chakra is your grounding. Your question in your root chakra is, am I safe in my body? Do I have a right to exist, right? It's the simply I am. I'm here. I'm in the physical reality. Holy crap. Am I safe or not, right? If the answer at any point is no, I don't feel safe, and that can be as little as feeling cold as a baby or a loud noise, or it can actually be something traumatic, right? The whole range there. But if something like that happens, what happens to your energy? Your energy pulls up into the sacral and activates the sacral and says, wah, wah, wah. Says, I need help. Someone comfort me. And in the West, there's a lot of not doing that. So a lot of us carry imbalances or rigidity in our sacral chakra, and that can manifest as denying yourself pleasure, denying your needs to be met, denying yourself dancing and silliness and freedom, and denying your emotions, all of those things in that box. It can also be chasing your needs, constantly feeling like your needs are never really getting met. And we also live in a culture that really gives you false ways to satisfy these needs, right? So that's perpetuated then into adulthood, and we are even sold to address these imbalances and to keep us out of balance, right? Oh, you're crying, the infant's crying. Well, let's just give it some candy. Let's just put a pacifier in its mouth, or let's just do something else that instead of helping it learn to regulate its emotion or helping it get its needs met, which is why infants cry, we often are unaware, right, that we're causing imbalance in that sacral chakra without giving the child the satisfactory needs for that stuff. So then we go up to the sacral, right? And so if your needs weren't met in some way or another by your culture, by your religion, by your family, by whatever it is, whatever, these experiences happen and it wasn't satisfactory for your system. That's where addiction lives too, because we are constantly clamoring to try to meet that need, fill that hole kind of thing. Okay, now I'm way behind on comments. Hold on a minute. Red Mommy Yeti, I just wanted to pin you right here because this is such a sweet thing. I've been looking in the mirror saying I love my body, even though parts of it need to change. Good. All right, let me catch up. I got 20 messages here. Thank you guys for the follows. Best nourishment for sacral. Hold on, let me see. Do I think saying things like, why do I have the body of a dancer, helps the mind make changes more than affirmations? Questions? I don't know. I don't know if I don't. That's a good question. I'd have to think about that. I'd have to consider that. Readings. I'm great at saving others. Let's see. And addiction can be. That's hilarious. Somebody old bones telling me. Bye.
Mom,
What?
can I have some of that white tubing so I can make myself a hula hoop?
Yes, but I don't have the things for it right now. The couplings for it right now.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so let me catch up here really quick.
Can I just use tape though? Or
Huh?
glue? Can I just use tape or
Yes,
glue?
can you hold on a second, honey?
Yeah.
Okay. So great at saving others, right? We're talking about the sacral chakra and the solar plexus chakra. So if your needs were not met as a kid, or in those earliest years, which again, I'm not talking about that it has to be terrible, terrifying trauma, right? Little things can cause us to be out of balance, can cause our energy to have to do something else to get our needs met. That's where it moves up to the solar plexus, right? So now I'm an infant, 6 months, up to 6 months, maybe a year or so. I'm working on my root chakra. Am I safe? Yes or no? No? Okay, we're going to move up to the sacral and ask for help. Oh, shit. Nobody's here to help me, or my parents or my culture or whatever doesn't know how. Well, now I move to the solar plexus to say, well, I'll figure it out. I'm going to do something about it. And when do we get to the solar plexus? Around the age of 2. What do we see kids do at 2? We call it the terrible 2s, right? Because they're like, I can do anything and everything, and you can't stop me. It's the center for will. It's our center for self-esteem. It's our center to feel like I can climb that thing. I can go get my needs met. I can demand that, I have that cookie, whatever it is. And if that tactic works for you as a child, you will continue to use that. It develops a pattern in your personality. It becomes your trigger. It becomes your emotional pattern, I guess. And that'll keep patterning until you choose to rebalance those things. Yes, being misunderstood is all it takes. Thank you, Tammy. So as we're talking, I'm going to go ahead and start taping this hoop. We just made this guy, for those of you joining. I don't have a circumference on it, but it's a decent size hoop. Tammy, I never knew that pattern could make it into adulthood in some. Think about this. Think about even for yourself. Think about when an emotion comes up and grips you, right? Our emotions are usually not the most mature. And we're talking like, unaddressed stuff. Like we're talking, I haven't done really much of my personal work. I don't have emotional intelligence, or maybe I have a minor, a bit of it, whatever was gifted in my culture, but I haven't dug any deeper. So when that emotion comes up as an adult, we feel that happen. But that emotion, we feel it happen in the here and now. But what that's from is an energetic pattern that was written in when we were that young, because our system is trying to find a baseline for operation. My system says, how do I function in the world? So if the message is, I'm not safe, then I'm going to operate with a certain level of anxiety or fear that says the world is not a safe place to be, or my body is not my own, or I'm not strong enough to protect myself, right? Those narratives come from these really early experiences. And I don't mean just infancy, because our energy system is developing all the way into your 20s. So these things become our personality traits. They become our beliefs about the world. If my earliest experiences told me that I'm not safe in the world, I will continue throughout my life until I rewrite that narrative through whatever practices, experiences, psychology, whatever I'm doing to do that. I'm still going to see the world. I'm going to feel the world as unsafe. And that's going to then influence every fucking decision I make. Gee, yeah, when you become an adult, you start to write your own narrative. Yes, we can. We can write our own narrative because by the time we get to our 20s, our prefrontal cortex comes online and we can actually start to reflect on these things and start to do the inner work that we weren't really able to do in the same capacity when we were younger, before our brain and our body finished developing. However, because these things are written in so early into our energy, into the background operations of our brain and belief systems that we don't really look at, they're not here. It's like breathing. When an infant is born, it's really important for the infant to spend a lot of time around other people because their heart rate and their breath rate, right? They even make little bears and stuff you can give to kids now to help with these things. It's one of the suspected causes of SIDS. Sometimes infants just stop because they don't know how to do that yet. Their bodies don't have that pattern written in yet into the background operating system. They still have to learn these things to some degree. So what we're talking about is the background programming that gets written into your mind, into your personality traits, and the stuff that you're not looking at. You're not thinking about how to breathe, right? When you're driving your car, you're not thinking about every tiny little detail like you did when you first started driving. When we're children, when we're that young, every little detail is huge and so much information and novel and right because they're new. But as we learn to walk and talk and breathe and eat and run and drive and do these other things, they become the background programming. That is much harder to get to. That's why psychology. That's why we have, therapy. That's why we have mental health month. That's why we have things like addiction or imbalances or that's why we have unhealed people, because we have this background stuff that we can't just rewire in the same way. That's why we have somatic healing, right? Because somatic healing reaches to the body, to the patterns in the body, and can access that background programming. Same thing with the chakra system. That's why I talk about the chakra system, because it takes it even further to simplicity. Somatic healing is one of the ways in which you can balance your chakras. So when we're talking about how to rewrite our own narrative, we have to understand that there is, I don't even know how to layer upon layer upon layer upon layer upon layer. And you get through one layer and then there's another layer and you get through that layer. Anybody who's doing self-work, there's this layer. Okay, I'm healed. Oh shit. I just cleared that off and found a whole well of something else down there. It's almost like it's a lifelong journey of crafting our narrative, coming home to ourselves, enlightening ourselves, about our reality, about our system. Because our reality, you're stuck in subjective experience. You're stuck there, perceiving yourself as separate and isolated from the rest of the world. It's all you, your whole life. And that subjective experience, we don't realize how heavily we are crafting our reality. Does that mean that the chair over there does not exist? If I don't believe it exists, it'll just disappear? No. But if I am afraid of sitting in a chair like that, something happened as a child, I flipped out of one of those things and it was a terrifying experience. I don't even remember the memory, right? But I have an aversion to those chairs. I'm going to see them, or I'm going to say, no, we can't have a rocking chair in the house. It's too dangerous. How do I examine that? Well, that seems reasonable. Why would I examine that? That's totally fine. But is it truly the truth for you? Or is it influenced by a belief that was programmed in, that was written in before you could even before you were even part of the writing, right? It's a distortion in perception. And that is what enlightenment is about, is undistorting, clarifying your perception of self and therefore outside world. Because if my root chakra is all messed up, then I'm going to walk around in a state of heightened fear versus somebody who does not have a root chakra or has a balanced root chakra. It's that simple. And it's beautiful when it's that simple, because when it's that simple, it's so much easier to feel like we can affect our wellness, right? So that we can change. Manifestation, right? Or like making your reality what you want it to be isn't about changing what's out there. It's about addressing what's in here. What are we doing today? Yellow and white? You are very welcome, Readings. Nice to have you in here, friend. How you guys doing over there on YouTube? I'm still waiting for the computer to charge up enough to bring you down here. This is why I talk about the chakras. Because through the chakras, wearing yellow can boost my confidence. Using a mudra for, I don't know, my heart, right? Let's not even use mudras. Let's go back to simplicity, right? Wearing yellow can boost my confidence, can balance my solar plexus, can aid my digestion. Dancing can heal or realign. I don't want to use heal because it's a lifelong journey. We already established that. Can realign or balance my sacral chakra and my root chakra and my solar plexus. Stomping on the ground, walking outside. What's the word for it now? Earthing. That can help balance your root chakra and your sacral chakra and your third eye chakra and your minor feet chakra. We got feet chakras, we got hand chakras, we got ear chakras, we got face chakras. And it's the easiest way to access all of the other things. All of the things. And I'm coming to you not from some like, hi everybody, I just started my journey as a yoga teacher and now I want to share all of this cool stuff that I read. No. I used to do that. I used to do that and tell you all the cool stuff I read without having personal experience to back it up with. So it wasn't wisdom. It was just information. Now I'm really grateful to have recognized my folly and have started to gather some wisdom in regard to this. And it's aided me in my healing profoundly. So that's why I share with you guys. Also, for those of you who are new here or just filtering in or what have you, hi. My name is Reverend Deborah. I'm an interfaith minister, a movement facilitator, and your shenanigan shaman. Thank you, TikTok. And we're making hula hoops today and using our last Saturday class of this month to finish talking about the solar plexus chakra. Every month, we're going to cover a different layer of the energy body. We started in January with the aura, so the whole energy system. In February, we worked on the koshas and the sheaths, the selves within the elements. And then in March, we did the earth chakras and the feet chakras and the knee chakras and the belly button chakra and lower chakras, lower minor chakras. Then we started with the root. Then we went sacral last month, and now we're in the solar plexus. Next month, we're going to move up to the heart. And we use these classes. Usually I'm live at 10 a.m. On Pacific time on Saturdays. And we use these classes. This is the one big free session. I am learning to heal and balance my system. So instead of doing what I did last year and giving so much fucking things away for free, because I really want you to know the information, I'm creating this space, keeping this space so that I can keep giving you all the things and answering all the questions, but we're just going to do it once a week. And that's kind of a bummer for me. So the way to see more classes, if you want more of these sessions or you want to work directly with me, you can go to my Patreon page. I am Move with Change on YouTube, on TikTok, and on Patreon, and anywhere else that you hang out. If I'm there, I'm Move with Change. So go grab yourself a membership if you want to support the work that I do. This is my full-time thing. I do coaching. I do private coaching. We have group coaching sessions on Mondays. Come and join us in there. We do a lot of really awesome practices in there too. Actually, we do dream journeying, which is really a lot of fun. But if you want to see more classes live, I need to have a more reliable stream to be able to pay the bills, keep the internet on. What I was doing last year was giving so much away for free that I couldn't even pay the bills. And the internet kept having problems. And I was like, this isn't working. If I'm online and giving stuff really valuable away for free, but I can't even pay for the internet, something's out of alignment, right? Not bad, not wrong. It's not my fault. I don't need to bitch at myself or shame or guilt myself for it. just out of alignment. That's not for me. That's simple. Bring your own mat, ebooks. What, Tammy? We do have a Saturday class. Red Mama Yeti, you say, I lost my childlike joy at things. That's your sacral as well. That playfulness, that silliness, sacral. Dance, mama, dance. Move with change. Move with change. Why? Because life offers us a single constant, and that's change, right? Even taxes you can evade, but change, there ain't shit you can do about that. That is going to happen every day, all the time, in little ways and in big ways. And it's not about avoiding it. It's about how you move with it, right? I like to say roots like an oak, branches like a willow. Here in this space, we address the energy body and the chakra system so that we can grow those deep, strong oak roots, and we can learn to bend and sway with the changes that life brings us, right? Because we're not going to avoid them. It's the river. That's the flow of life. You are in it. You're in it. If you're here, you're in it. There's nothing you can do. It's continuing to flow around you. You can resist it. You can fight against it. You can complain about it. You can hate it or love it, all you want, but it's going to keep flowing around you. Tammy, I can use AI to write. Thank you for the follow. I should sell ebooks. So I actually have a book that is in the publishing process right now. I was really hoping to have it out July 1st, but we're running into a little bit of issue here and there, so we're still waiting on it. I promise you guys, I will tell you as soon as it's out. The book is called Energy for Sale. I still have not started taping my hula hoop, have I? The book is called Energy for Sale, The Energetic Blueprint for Consumer Conditioning. All that stuff we just talked about how we grow up in these experiences, it's not just about our parents, right? It's about our culture. It's about our conditioning. It's called the enculturation process, and everybody goes through it. You can't avoid that. If you're human, you went through an enculturation process where you absorbed the information and the practices and the beliefs and whatnot of the culture and the people around you. We live in a culture here in the West that very intentionally conditions you for certain things. Thank you. What's your name? Star and Moon Girl. Nice. Hey, friend, how are you? We're making hula hoops and talking about right now, or we're talking about the energy system. Right now, I'm talking about my book that's for sale. Not yet. It's called Energy for Sale, but it's not for sale yet. And I go through, it's a 3-part book. In the first part, I go through the history of marketing and propaganda and how it works and how it came to be what it is today. And I name some cool names. We talk about some cool times and some cool places and some not so cool things. When you're taping your hoop, do not start with the tape directly, unless you're going to make a stripe on it, right? So if you want your tape to go around the hoop all the way, you're going to have to start it at an angle. Small angle, depending on how much you want. I always start over the coupling. To help it stay. So in the first part, I go through all those details so we can get on the same page, right, about what marketing is and how it works and why it works, why it's so subversive, and how it gets into our systems, our unconscious systems. Oh, see, I did not even give it enough of an angle. This is not going to be a pretty hoop wrapping. I'm letting you know now. But I'm sure you can do a great job. Okay. So, in the second part, I got stuck. In the second part of the book, I talk about each chakra. The second part, we go through every single chakra, and I outline what kind of marketing tactics target that chakra specifically. I offer examples of what it looks like to be out of balance and in balance in that chakra. See? And then I offer some tools. Usually reflection. Actually, the second part has reflection questions in it first to start. The third part is about reclaiming your sovereignty, because the reality is when we have these triggers, emotions written into us. Let's use an example of the cry it out method. That was a culturally acceptable way to treat your infants. And it was even encouraged by doctors, by, what was his name? Dr. Sears, that guy. Stay gold. It's actually a radiator, an old radiator. Okay, so shit. I got sidetracked. Oh, cry it out method. Really good example. The cry it out method, if you're not familiar with it, says that babies learn to self-soothe. That if your baby cries, you have to give them a certain amount of time for them to try to self-soothe. Remember how we just talked about the lower chakras and what happens with your energy body? For example, something uncomfortable happens. I'm not comfortable, so I cry. It is a genuine cry for help. It is the only way that infants know how to communicate. We understand that now, some of us. But that was a very popular book in the, 80s? Maybe even 90s? I know people still do the cried out method. When we understand our chakra system, we suddenly see so freaking clearly how not good that is. Because what do we teach the infant? To self-soothe or to move the energy somewhere else? Or to give up? John, I never cared for the cried out method. Nope. I could not do that even though my family advised it. Those cries pulled me in. My mother did so. And she told me years later, apologizing, telling me that she would sit outside of my bedroom door and listen to me cry. And she said it just broke my heart, because what was it doing? It was triggering the very real grief in her as well, but also the very real understanding that we have as caregivers that infants have needs, and that's what they're crying for. And that's why an infant's cry makes most people, it gives you a physical reaction, because it's written into our DNA, our structure, to keep our infants safe. An infant by itself crying alone is not safe. They're not. Think about it this way. Let's add this to it. Okay, and I also want to acknowledge here, if anybody did the cry it out method, this is not a moment for you to be shaming yourself or guilting yourself. This is how we become enlightened, is by enlightening ourselves about the things we may not have done so perfectly in the past, right? But doing so without shame and guilt. What are shame and guilt? Imbalances in my chakras. Too much of that, I'm going to feel shame. And I think, oh, maybe shame is a good thing. I'm supposed to feel shameful. We can recognize that something wasn't aligned or not for you or not your best choice without having to continuously and repetitively shame yourself. That's out of balance. So the other piece that's really important to note about our systems in infancy, not just infancy, in childhood, by the age of 8, before the age of 8, children exist primarily in the theta brainwaves. Theta brainwaves, state of, their brain, brainwave. The theta brainwave state is our REM sleep. When you're adults, right? That REM sleep time is the theta brainwaves. When I learned this, I realized why children will go, see, I'm sleeping. They are already in the dream time up until the age of 8. And before that, they have to learn simple things we take for granted, like object permanence. object permanence says, mom is in the room with me and I see mom. No, right? And when mom goes out the door, mom is still there. That's object permanence. I know mom is still there even though she left the room. Before, what is it, like anywhere from 6 to 18 months, depending on development. That doesn't happen for months. And those months, when we have no object permanence, that means mom or dad or whoever laid me down in the crib and walked out of the room. I cannot conceive that they fucking exist anymore. My brain does not have the capacity to do that when I'm an infant. Further, my brain does not have reference for time yet. So suddenly I am plunged into every moment is forever, right? Every moment is perpetual because we don't have a concept for time yet when we're in infancy. So the cry it out method says, I am left on my own in eternity with there is no one else because no one else, right? No one else is here. I can't even conceive that the other person is out there somewhere else. And I have no idea how long I've been in here. And I have no idea when the next person's going to come. If someone is going to come and help. So what we do when we use the cry it out method is very, very easily cause imbalance. And honestly, some of the biggest imbalance. Because our first question is, am I safe or not? That's not safe. Biology tells me I'm not safe. That's why I'm crying. I don't have the capacity to manipulate somebody. I don't have the capacity to cry for attention. It's not there yet. So we end up reaching for our sacral to hopefully get our needs met. And if our needs are not met when we cry, then what happens? We move up to the solar plexus. And you either get kids like me who learn to climb out of the crib. You could no longer leave me in a room by myself because I would climb out. Others, the babies who learn to self-soothe, give up. That energy from the sacral chakra goes somewhere else. It can go back down into the root, but the root already said I'm not safe. So where does it go? Again, up into the solar plexus. But if I've given up, then it's not going to fill my solar plexus with all of this energy to climb out of the crib. It's going to cause a weakened or wounded sacral and root. And that's going to mean fear and shame. For most of them, that's going to be fear and shame written into the basic narrative of my entire life, of my entire personality, of my entire belief about the world. Everything that I learn and do and become after those things happen is built on top of a shaky ass foundation that says, I'm not safe in this world. It's scary to be here. And when I ask for my needs to get met, nobody's going to fucking come help me. I can't just have a nice, comfortable, I can't just be comforted because I exist. Those things are absolutely not available. Anybody relate? And we go to psychology, right? We go to our therapist and we want to talk about this and we want to figure out why we don't feel safe. And we want to remember this. We want to try to come up with the memory, or we want to try to blame it on somebody or what have you. And all that can be well and good. All that can have its own purpose. I'm not saying don't do therapy. Please go do therapy. We all need therapy. But how do you get down to the first messages? How do you get down to the foundation of your temple if you don't even know how I guess if you don't even know how the temple is structured or built? How do we get down to the narratives that are written before our mind makes memories of them? The memory, where is the memory? Here. Not in the images of, I remember crying it out. This is why You don't need to go to the past. You don't need to dig up all the old stuff, because everything you need for your healing is alive and well within you. Everything that needs to be healed is working with you right now, is doing its thing to you, for through you right now, right? Because if the trauma said life is scary, then life is going to be scary. Thank you, friend. And I'm going to have that background way back there voice that is constantly saying, look out. Or maybe it gets really fucking loud, right? Then we end up with anxiety and all sorts of other stuff. But guess what? Guess what's really amazing? Capitalism markets to that. Oh, you don't feel safe in the world? Poor thing. If only you had this big, nice house, you would. Oh, you don't feel like your needs are getting met? Well, you need to go work your ass off and make a ton of money, because only then can your needs get met. Oh, you're feeling like you have a need and you don't know how to satisfy it? Here's alcohol and food and intimacy and all sorts of other things. You can become a workaholic. You can, you're lacking in self-esteem because these lower chakras gave a really shitty foundation to build on top of. I know how to help you with that. Make sure you use your social media profile for all kinds of ego fanning, right? Make sure you control the narrative and control situations. Make sure... So that's what my book is about. Energy for Sale, the book that I've written and is being published right now and will be available on Amazon because it was just the easiest place to go through. And it is about how all that happened. How marketing became what it is today, how it is currently being used, and how it used to be used. So we have some historical stuff in there. And in that book, we're going to go through every single chakra and talk about the marketing tactics that address that chakra, that target that chakra, how to be aware of them. And then we're going to use the third part of the book to offer tools for coming back to the essence of who you really are, right? Or who you were meant to be, maybe, or what your purpose is, or just at least help you reclaim your sovereignty so you're not going to be puppeted by capitalism or by your religion or by your government or by whoever chooses to use the very, very accessible tactics. You can go to college right now, and you don't have to go to college. You can go on YouTube right now and watch a video about how to manipulate your audience so that they'll buy. Because we understand that the best way to manipulate somebody, to get somebody to do what you want them to do, is not to just convince them that it's a good idea here. Not logic. No, the easiest way is to poke buttons. The easiest way is to trigger emotions. Ooh, thank you, Christopher. Christopher just gave us a really good example of an out of balance chakra system. A heart chakra that does not connect to others and so would immediately judge others. A excessive solar plexus chakra that says, I know what I should do. I should bother somebody. I'm going to go poke in somebody's energy. Why? Because you're fishing to try to grab energy. And maybe there's a boost that you get from typing that. Ha, 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 ha. You feel that tingle? That's your body being out of balance. That's your system leading you to do something that it's not good for you or anybody else. Why? To satisfy a need. To satisfy some sort of unspoken need or need that you're unaware of. Or maybe you're perfectly aware of this is how you boost your ego, is go in and insult people. I love TikTok for that. Y'all come in and are like, check out my chakra imbalances. Check out my trauma. I'm going to wear it on my sleeve. I'm going to wear it on my forehead, as most of us do. You know what mine is? A big one of mine is not valuing myself. And so, as I said, I give a lot for free, right? I used to. Learning to take some of that back. damn, you look lost was exactly your words. So it was a statement and a claim about somebody you have no idea about, which would absolutely be insulting, or at least just rude, or very verbose, and quite arrogant, actually, as well. So I see that you're out of balance and ludicrous. So what we do in this space, because this is a community space, this is a shared space, like a classroom or like a church, right? Or a community gathering. And if somebody comes in to intentionally be disruptive in that space, we usher them out. If you can manage yourself more responsibly next time, come on in. Again, you're welcome to come back in. Certain people just get blocked because there's certain things that I just won't even deal with. I won't even tolerate that. And that's me learning to balance my solar plexus, setting boundaries. So, yeah, imbalances, the puppeting, being puppeted by our culture, by marketing, by capitalism. That's one of those things that really just kind of makes me, really grinds my gears, right? It really grinds my gears. This idea that I am not the one making my decisions, that somehow somebody is manipulating me into buying something that I don't fucking need, or doing something, or saying something, or acting a certain way that isn't for me. That I really don't like. Thank you, Barbara. So I set out to figure out, to uncover those deep programmings, and this is what I found: the energy body, the chakras, which we have records of, right? Of the energy body, of research on the energy body and use of the energy body for healing as far back as 1500 BC. 1500 BC. And people still want to go, well, the chakras are bullshit. Yes, we're making hula hoops today. What is the tape for, BB? I am taping my hula hoop that I just made. I didn't just make it, actually. I've been flapping my gums for quite a while I'm wrapping this up. I will make more. We'll do it all over again. You guys will get to see me use the tubing cutter again. So yeah. You guys, anybody have any examples of some direct marketing that targets your chakras? That's targeted at a certain emotion or certain belief or certain feeling, right? Certain narrative. Because the slogans are where it's at. Man, those slogans and those jingles, they're the things that are going to tell you exactly what they're trying to target. What kind of tape do I use? This is duct tape, but I also have electrical tape because both are useful. I like duct tape for a longer lasting tape. The electrical tape can kind of come off sometimes, but electrical tape is a lot better, a lot easier to work with. As you can see, you see how like rippled all that is, because it's kind of hard to get the duct tape to do what this. See, I started out like that and it already. Let's see YouTube. Here you go. See all the bubbles and kinks in it. Ooh, Leif. Maybe she's born with it. So maybe she's born with it. Targets a couple different chakras, right? It's about our esteem. It's about our. So we're talking about solar plexus. It's also something even higher. Like maybe she's just born with this, right? And Maybelline, especially the way they market it, it's like the it girl. She's got that thing that you can't put your finger on, right? And you can have that thing too if only you buy our lipstick. That's also going to address either the crown or the third eye chakra. because this is something ethereal, something better than everybody else, something higher than others, right? Something everybody wants to be or to have. So we're affecting these upper chakras, causing the third eye to be like, ooh, I can be special too. Just do it. Yes, just do it is about the solar plexus again, because that's a command. It's a controlling command, right? It says just do it. And your solar plexus is about industry versus inferiority. Just do it, or you're inferior. Duh. Caroline, does this help you flow? What do you mean? Red Mama Yeti, you said the ad that shows people enjoying using their phones and scanning their face to ride an airplane. That drives me nuts. Let's see. I'd have to see the ad. I don't know exactly what you're referring to, so I'll have to see the ad. We can also look at it from another perspective. Let's skip from the chakras to the hierarchy of needs, because it's the same thing. Same thing. My hierarchy of needs here starts with what? Safety, security, belonging, right? Nourishment, food, water, then activity and relationships and things we go through. So these are a little bit shifted back with the hierarchy of needs. But that's what marketing targets, is your unsatisfied needs. And those unsatisfied needs perpetuate in your system through the imbalances in your energy body. Caroline, like flow hooping, wondering why you're taping it. Just curious. Oh, I'm taping it because we're making it. I have all of this. A big roll of 100 feet of, this is gas rated line. And the only reason I chose this one is because it was cheaper. It was cheaper than the irrigation. Usually, we'll use this, irrigation tubing. I have two sizes, 1/2 inch and 3/4 inch. I prefer the 3/4 inch. I find the 1/2 inch to be a little bit too lightweight for me. So if you are making the 1/2 inch ones, you may want to consider weighting them. You taping them can help a little bit, especially with the smaller ones, in terms of grip. So it's not so slippery. So it can help it stick to you a little better. And it's also just fun to decorate them. So that's what we're doing today while we're talking about the chakra system and energy body and whatnot, and how our current state of the world is puppeting most of us because of our unconscious programming that was written in just through our life, through our experience, through the enculturation process. It happens to everybody. I'm not talking about nefarious, if you want to get into it, we can pretend, we'll say this is the Matrix and somebody wrote the code for you, right? That code doesn't get written in before you're born and you just manifest, right? This is the nature versus nurture argument. And child psychology, child development, human development says it's both. It's both nature and nurture. We have our temperament, and then we go through the enculturation process, and we absorb our culture and the beliefs and the systems and the whatever practices of everybody around us. We learn to breathe, we learn to walk, we learn to chew. And when we first do those things, those are very consuming, right? They take up all of our attention. Watch a baby try to frickin' eat, right? Right. But eventually, those things get written into our background programming, our foundation. Right? They become, I know how to chew my food. I know how to eat. Do you? What messages were you given when you were first learning to eat? Only eat at certain times, right? Eat certain amounts, whether you're really hungry or not at that time, or you're that hungry, or you just, finish what's on your plate, even if you don't like it. Think about those things. These become our beliefs and our practices later on in life. And we may become somebody who is so disconnected from our digestive system and from our sense of hunger that we might not know we're hungry, or we might feel hungry all the time. Or when we do eat, we might only feel satisfied when we've engorged ourselves. I'm very hesitant to talk too deeply about nutrition and dieting and things like that on social media. It's not the place for doing it in a public sphere. If you want to talk a whole lot more or directly with me about that, you can go join me on Patreon. I have memberships over there that include group coaching as well as private coaching, as well as other replay memberships for other classes and fun things like that. So all that is on Patreon. I am Move with Change on Patreon if you want to get into the nutrition piece. But this is how we can then be marketed to later on. And at this point, some of those things are on purpose. Thank you, Fred. But that one, we're taught to eat on a schedule. We're taught to eat certain amounts, right? Even a nursing parent might say, oh, I have to pump certain ounces. How many of us are obsessed with the ounces that our babies are getting, right? Just to make sure they get enough ounces. How many times did you say, or have you heard, just one more bite? Come on, just a little more. Or finish everything on your plate, or you don't get ice cream, or whatever the heck it is. So you literally teach. I did this with my son. I gave him chunks of food to play with while he was very young, right? About 6 months. Actually, the reality is once they start sitting up and can grab food and bring it to their mouth and do so on their own, they're beginning to develop the enzymes in their stomach for digesting actual food. It is not actually good to give our children at 6 months solid food. They don't have the enzymes. We don't have the enzymes to process a full solid food diet at 6 months old. But capitalism says, you know what? I can make money on a baby. Watch me. Let's feed them formula. Let's feed them food really early. Earlier and earlier and earlier, right? Right, Mommy Eddie, we have to give up keeping up with the Joneses and ask, what do I really need? Otherwise, you're at IKEA every Saturday. And that's it. And the truth is, too, what you need is for you. And it might not be for everybody else. So you can't have a one-size-fits-all solution, right? And this is my radical agenda, right? As you sit here with me, as we go through this year, I hope that you learn enough about your energy body and learn the tools to reflect on your energy patterns such that you can actually decide for yourself what is for you and what is not. You can discover the purpose, your purpose in life, as well as just the true you that you really are. Hannah, baby giraffes walk before they're even out of the sack, and humans need to be cared for 18 years. Yes, there is something quite interesting about the way that we have our children and how vulnerable they are when they're first born. Yeah, it's not unique because there are other like primates, right? Will have their babies a little earlier when they're still developing, but in the animal world out there, right, there's a sense of necessity that like some of those you gotta come out running if you're gonna get away from a tiger, right? And so we live in a culture that is now tigers everywhere, run. So we're all running, screaming through life, trying to get our needs met through unsatisfactory ways. Fast food, fake social media stuff, or ego-based whatnot, through a sense of external material things, or a sense of status, or through eating, through intimacy, through alcohol, through addiction, through overworking, through toxic relationships. How do we get our needs met? Any fucking way that we can, says the energy body. Even if it's immature, even if it's not really good for us, Think about anger. Think about some of the things you might have said or done. Think about shame or anxiety and where that leads you as well. Your system, your emotions are your system's attempt to get your needs met. They are your check engine lights saying, hi, something's out of balance. Can you help? And if we are so used to not getting help and not giving ourselves help because of that sacral, we go, no, anger, you can't be here. Or no, ego, you have to go away. You're bad. Omel? Is that your name? Hi, nice to see you. That's why I like to do at least one public class, right? Right now we got this one class per week. Usually at 10 a.m. Pacific time, I start, and we usually are talking more specifically about we are talking about the energy body. I'm usually not hula hoop making at the same time. Because of a lot of things. Because it's the most powerful thing that I have found for my own healing. The energy system and the tools that I've used to address the imbalances in my system and learning about them and understanding them is what brought me home to myself, is how I fell in love with myself for the first time just a couple of years ago, is how I learned to set boundaries with my temple and value my temple. Not just I love myself, because that's a way to be, but I genuinely value myself, know the value of the parts of me, and am able to protect and to guide and to move through my life in a way that I really need. The only person who can figure that out is you. Nobody else can get down deep in there and do that work for you. What is it? If you hang your hat of happiness on someone else's head, then that's where your happiness goes when they walk away. Trust, security, if you hang any of the hats of these things on anybody else or anything outside of you, what happens when that thing goes away? Denise, Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan has an out of balance, throat chakra. Speaking of, by the way, next month, hopefully my book will be done and published and for sale. But as part of a way to explore these ideas, we're going to use notable public figures and we're going to analyze their chakras. We're gonna talk about exactly how out of balance and where Joe Rogan is, as well as anybody else you guys want to. We can do all sorts of people. We'll do pop stars. We'll do politicians. We'll do billionaires because they got some shit out of balance too. Ooh, thank you, Hannah, for that suggestion. Body temple. Okay. Ram dish. This is our vessel. This is our temple. And most of us have been taught to not value that, not respect that, or not recognize the power in that. You know? Your sense of safety and security were thwarted very, very early. And when you were not really even privy to what was going on. So it's not your fault, but it's also it's not really helpful to blame and shame others or ourselves about where we've been. The most important thing, right, is to be present in the here and now and move forward. Be curious and willing. This is my key. This is my cheat code. When anything comes up in my life, right, I try first to meet it with curiosity and willingness, because curiosity and willingness are an opportunity. Guilt, shame, blame, defensiveness, judgment, whatever the heck it is. Look, I'm not getting shit from that, am I? No. I'll learn something. Haley, what's my book called? My book is called Energy for Sale, and it will be available, hopefully. I'm really pushing for July 1st. But we've got just a couple of days. And I'm pretty sure it needs more. It needs 72 hours once it's completed to be approved. So I don't think unless we get it done today, it may not be available July 1st. So it's called Energy for Sale. It will be available on Amazon. Give me a follow here. Go follow me on Patreon. I Move a Change on Patreon. And because I will put an announcement up there. And it is, let's see, Energy for Sale, the energetic blueprint of consumer conditioning. And it talks all about this stuff, about how we are conditioned from birth to engage in not just capitalism, but all kinds of other narratives and all kinds of other things that narrate, that create our background unconscious programming or our somatic programming. And then I offer some tools in that book for how to step out of it. Guys, we did it. I made one hoop in how many hours? 2 hours. It doesn't actually take 2 hours to make a hula hoop. But when you're also chatting and you don't do well with multitasking like me, then it takes 2 hours. Hi, Gentry. How are you? Awesome, Hannah. Thank you. I have a lot of people who have been asking about like pre-sale and stuff like that. But the reality is I don't really know how to do that. I don't even know if I can with Amazon. So you can follow me for free on Patreon. I Move with Change on Patreon. You can follow me for free there, become a member for free. And then there's also membership levels that have perks, plenty of perks with all of them, right? But if you follow me over there, you'll be on an email list so that when I don't use that email list for pretty much anything except for stuff through the Patreon page. So I don't use it for anything else. I don't even look through the email thing. I like post something on Patreon and whatever. So then you'll get notified when it's published. You guys want to make another hoop? Let me grab a snack really quick. And we'll make another hoop. What's the matter? You want to go outside? There you go. Go ahead. Go ahead. No? All right. Well, you got to wait. Oh, it's a pup. Oh, he's a pup. Oh, he's just a pup. Oh, he's just a pup. I'm going to have to go get him another Tres Leches cake now. Caroline, do I sell my hoops? No. It's just fun to make them. I would. They'd be really difficult to mail, though. But that's why I'm teaching you here how to make them. So if you're just joining and want to know how to make a hula hoop, we'll go over the supplies briefly. And then we can get back to talking about the chakras. Hopefully some of you watched those videos I made with all the supply lists that were a little long and went out and got your supplies already. Or some of you are just getting back from the store picking up your supplies. So I am right now working with a 3/4 inch gas rated PVC. I think they also call this one PEX piping, or maybe it's just the irrigation one they call PEX piping. There's a gas rated one, and then there's also irrigation tubing. You can get either one. The only reason I got the two different ones is because this one was cheaper in this size, and this one was cheaper in this size. So weird, but okay. I didn't get the couplings for the 1/2 inch one, so we're not going to do those today, but you need the proper couplings for that. I do have the couplings for this, and this is my preferred size anyway. Have I made hoops with LED lights? No, I haven't. Mostly because you got to like string the LED lights into there. And then you also, this obviously isn't clear. So I'd have to like poke holes so it had holes in it maybe. You can't put it on the outside of the hoop. Otherwise you're hula hooping and getting poked by all the lights. Yeah. I don't weight my hoops. I don't put anything inside the hoops. I like just the simplistic. But I do hula hoop with multiple hoops. That's fun. Okay, so again, in terms of size, so what you'll need is piping, tubing, right? Get your tubing, and you will want couplings. That's what these ones look like. To both ends, insert into either side of your hoop, of your tube, when you're making it. Let's put this in early. Let's do this first. Can you go please put the things that are on the floor in front of the fridge back in the fridge?
Yeah.
Okay, so we were doing this the other way before, so we're going to try it this way this time. Get one side in there first, or do it like we did last time and try to jam both sides at the same time together. That wasn't too bad. As far as size goes, it's entirely up to you. This is a pretty standard size, I think, for a hoop that I like to use. But I'm going to make a slightly bigger one. I like some different sizes as well. So I encourage you to play with the sizes. Obviously, you have to move faster if it's a smaller hoop. And then it's a much bigger hoop is a much slower sort of deal. Be mindful that if your hoop gets too big, it can get too big. So word to the wise. All right, so we'll make this one, I think, maybe just a little bit bigger. Let's see. Yeah. That's a little lot bigger. That's a lot bigger. Biggering and biggering and biggering, bettering and bettering and bettering. All right. You will also need something to cut the tubing. That can be done with a hacksaw, a tube cutter, or both, which is what we were doing earlier. Thank you for the follows. And then you'll want some kind of tape. Duct tape is my preferred for hula hoops because it helps keep the hula hoop grippy instead of slippery, grippy instead of slippy. And you can decorate it different colors and whatnot. So I am just learning how to use my tubing cutter, and apparently I'm not an expert at it yet. But I do really like that these hula hoops are yellow, especially since this is our month for yellow, all things yellow with the solar plexus chakra, right? So what were we? Oh, we were just talking about the book, huh? Energy for Sale, and coming and joining Patreon at Move with Change on Patreon so that you can stay abreast of the news when the book is out. And the book is called Energy for Sale. So yeah, see, I don't multitask well. That's why it took me 2 hours to make the first tube. It doesn't usually take 2 hours to make the first tube. So this is our last class this month for the solar plexus. We've been working with the solar plexus all month long. Mudras. I don't know if I've mantras in terms of bij mantras, seed mantras. Each chakra has a seed mantra in terms of how to balance. Hun, please shut that so the flies don't come in. Thank you. Each chakra has a bij mantra or a sound, a mantra that helps to balance that chakra. Words. Helps to balance that chakra. So, the bij mantra for each chakra is what? 3 letters? Yes. The root chakra is Lam, Lam. The sacral chakra is VAM, V-A-M. The solar plexus is RAM, R-A-M. The heart is YAM, Y-A-M. The throat is HAM, H-A-M. The third eye is OM, A-U-M. And the crown is OM, O-M. So you'd OM, obviously, right, for the crown chakra. And for any of the other ones, you can say the mantra on repeat. You can hold it out longer and elongate the sound. You can use it along with other practices while you're touching the chakra or just visualizing the chakra. Yeah. Lam, Vam, Ram, Yam, Ham, Om, Om. Whole chakra system balancing. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Just did it. I really like to add a visual with that, with those mantras. Starting with my root, I imagine the energy shifting upwards from my root, carrying up through all of the chakras, crescendoing, right? Coming to the head, to the top of the head, and then cascading back down the back. Saying the mantras all the way up, and then a big deep breath, exhaling the energy back down. So that would look like Lam, Vam, Ram, Yam, Ham, Om, Om. Energy back down the back. That felt nice in my head. That right there is a really good way to balance all of your energy centers. What I love about the energy body is it's so dynamic. We think about our brains as being, they are conditioned, right? And it takes time to change our bodies and work to change our brains and whatnot. But your energy system, that thing is dynamic AF. That thing is constantly shifting, moving. You have an upward pranic, you have an aponic, a downward energy, right? You have the flowing outward energy, flowing inward energy, the circulating all around energies, right? All these different vayus, these different movements of energy throughout your system. And your system, did you know your chakra system breathes? Did you know that? Your energy system shifts, inhales and exhales between yin and yang energies about every 45 minutes. It's within an hour. And each of us are unique, right? So it's not like you can clock this thing exactly every single time. It's going to be a little bit different each day. You may breathe more. You may shift more frequently in some days. You may shift less frequently on other days because your system is ever-changing and dynamic, which makes it really accessible. That means it's easier to get into these deeper places, affect profoundly long ago or, whatever. God, multitasking. Okay. Energy. Wow. Let me get this fucker cut. Yeah, because you can address anything in your system through the energy body.
Remember?
Yes, darling?
May I have some electricity so I can make my own food?
Yes, and you can use the cutter after I'm done. Just hold on a second, please, because I got the...
Okay. I can use the hacksaw.
Nope.
Why not?
There you go. Try this first. Oh, no. Where did my thing go? Shoot. Oh, there it is. Whew.
Found your line?
Yep.
Good.
Angel, what's a good spiritual diet? I'm so glad you asked. However, let me see how I want to answer that, right? What's a good spiritual diet? There is no one size fits all, period. There is no one size fits all. Anybody tell you that there's one answer for absolutely everybody is probably out of balance, right? So start there. What's a good spiritual diet for you versus what's a good spiritual diet for me may look very different at different times in our lives. And at different times in our lives, it's going to be important to be aware of what a good spiritual diet is. Yes. But it has much more to do with you and your body and your energy and your needs than it does subscribing to some run-of-the-mill, one-size-fits-all idea about spiritual dieting. Are there things that boost your physical body to better health? Yes. Are there things that lead you away from health? Yes. From balance, let's say. I shouldn't even say better health, right? Balance. What you are looking for is balance. A good spiritual diet is one that has balance, is one that you are aware of your system, is one that you are being mindful of the changes in your system and therefore the changes in needs for your system. And this is a big reason why I also don't talk very deeply about nutrition or about dieting on social media, is because we have these really toxic ideas out there that there's one thing that fits everybody. And when we get stuck in trying to be like everybody and fit ourselves inside of a box, we end up pulling ourselves off of balance or keeping ourselves off of balance. What someone might say is a great spiritual diet for them in their 60s may be very not good for your system at 22. Period. So a good spiritual diet is about willingness, is about curiosity about your own system, is about awareness of what you are consuming and how it is affecting your system. That's it. Don't buy into the hype that somebody has the key to heaven or the key to enlightenment. If only we only have milk and honey every morning, followed by rice every evening, and that's it. That's not for everybody all the time for your entire life. And that's okay. And you're not on a spiritual path. I mean, you are. I shouldn't say that. Not that you're not on a spiritual path, but you are walking yourself away from center if you are perpetually trying to do something that doesn't fit with your system. If you're unaware of what you're consuming and you want to be on a spiritual path, just become aware of what you're consuming. We almost got it. See what I mean, you guys? It doesn't take 2 hours to make a hula hoop. It just takes focus. That's a great outlook. Well, I think that there's so many gurus out there wanting to sell you their brand of spirituality. I'm going to make fun of myself now. Their book, right? Their classes, their tools, their ideas, their perspectives, their outlook, their beliefs. Not all of them are useless, but there's no use in just absorbing what somebody else sends to you without checking whether or not it actually fits you. Why would you walk around wearing a too small for you, itchy fabric, color you don't like sweater all the time? Why? Because your culture told you should? Or some guru told you that's the most spiritual thing to do? Or your religion or your parents or your culture or capitalism said that that's how you get there? So many of us are doing exactly that. Somewhere out there, did you ever go through a nihilistic phase of your life that feels like the end game of every way? You'll hear me refer. I am answering. This is an answer to your question. You will hear me refer to my pirates a lot. My pirates are simply the facets of self that I have learned and discovered as I've gone through my journey. depression, who's quite nihilistic, is one of my pirates. And she sleeps in my bed. She's a lover that sleeps in my bed. I tried kicking her out. I tried locking the door, but she just came back and knocked harder after being ignored. I tried to give in and give her what she wanted, but she wanted everything. And you can't give anybody everything. So now, I snuggle her at night. I speak sweetly to her in the morning. And sometimes she lets me out of bed. Sometimes she doesn't. And we stay in bed all day long, talking about the end of everything. But that's the only way that I was actually able to befriend her. Before that, depression was not my friend. The fuck are you talking about? Right? It's something we try to avoid, or we run away from, or we don't like, or we try to medicate away. And again, use your whatever tools are in your toolbox, friends. But know that there are other ways, other tools. And some of them are so simple, it seems silly, but they're so stinking effective, it becomes profound. Tyler, same message, different emphasis, style of language that resonates. There are a lot. Okay, again, I'm talking from me experience too, right? I haven't always been here like this, me, right? As we all evolve. I was that same guru, that same spiritual teacher, the person who hoped that everybody would see her as evolved and enlightened because I had information. But I also had ego. That information was being filtered through ego that I was too afraid to come out from behind. Ego is my friend as well. Just like depression, just like anxiety, just like fear. Hey, Serenity, how are you? And the only way I started to step myself out of the most toxic, pervasive patterns in my life was not by doing all these other fancy things or something super complicated. It was by fucking befriending myself. All parts. All parts. And that's the hard part to get past sometimes. I love myself, but I don't let myself express anger. Oh, I love and value myself, but I don't make sure that my needs are met every day so that I have a full cup. But that's okay. It's culturally acceptable. It's totally fine. You're actually a better person if you give everything that you have to everybody so that, you remain in balance. Did you get it?
Yeah.
Good job. See? Woohoo! And you're just going to tape it?
Well, do you have anything that will fit this?
Nope, that's what I'm saying. I don't have the right couplings for that.
Okay.
Do you want to use some electrical tape or duct tape? Or
Both.
Nope. Can you pick a tape?
Ooh.
All right,
Duct tape's orange, but I do want multiple colors.
Okay, start with ones.
Okay, then some duct tape, please, because it'll stick to.
The orange one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's why I share what I share in the way that I share it. That's why I talk like I do. That's why I teach these things. Because I was lost in wandering around the world searching for the right answer. I needed the right key to unlock, right? My enlightenment, my purpose, my sense of safety and security and self-love and health. No one else has that key but you. It's in there, I promise. It may be buried, It may be hidden. It may be stolen away and kept in another pirate's character's facet's back pocket. It's very likely that the other parts of you, facets of you, know where that key is. Are you willing to follow them to find it? If you're fighting them, your emotions. If you're ignoring them, your patterns, you're not going to find that key. Unless by happenstance, some of us do get lucky and have those moments where the universe is just like, wake the fuck up, right? And then we get closer. So I will tell you again and again, I am not your guru. I don't want to be. I want to share with you the shenanigans and the cool shit that I have learned from all of this crazy journey of operating an ego and not understanding my triggers and patterns and whatever, right? But you are your own guru, because as many things you can learn outside of you, as much you can, as that you can experience, and knowledge that you can gain outside of you, you need that inner guru to weigh it against your essence. Is this for me or is it not for me? Period. Ooh, Serenity, that sounds fun. Somewhere out there says, I sometimes wish I had whatever it is that lets people believe in religions. Maybe I have some comfort. You see, I came from a religious background as well. And I thought I wanted to be a nun. I thought that was my life. Religion. As many of us sometimes accidentally do. I shouldn't say accidentally, because it also can be your life. That's fine. Oh, come on. But hold on. The way you said that, I wish I had the thing that lets other people believe in religion. I think that thing, depending on which degree of religion and that kind of things, I don't mean like which religion, I mean how someone believes. Are we talking about blind faith? Are we talking about imbalances that are being coddled or taken care of through or healed through religion, through the community of church, or Bible study, or through the beliefs that the religion offers you? Otherwise, we're just following what was given, the narrative that was given to us, if we were given a narrative of religion. If it goes unexamined, then it's somebody else's narrative. And that may be okay for you. You may benefit from that narrative. Plenty of people do. And many of us who have done or are doing our healing work found the need to step out of those structures so that we could truly understand ourselves. And some of us returned. I'm a reverend. I've been a reverend 11 years now. Not Catholic. I'm a non-denominational reverend. Right, Oak? And it took walking out of religion and better understanding myself and the world and the people in it and religion itself for me to come back to the what's for me part. You're talking about, religions are systems that have been around for a long time. And those systems have been used and manipulated and changed and bastardized and freaking, maybe sometimes the only way to really understand something is to also make sure you look outside of it. If you're inside the temple your entire life and all you know is inside the temple and you're never willing to go outside and see the world for anything else except for inside the temple, there is a lesson in that. That's a life to live. You want to live that life, but know that you are choosing that life of, let me get some hate, get some shade, of a kind of ignorance. Because ignorance just means I don't know. And if you spend your entire life inside of the building and never go outside, then you don't know what it's like outside. And that can be comforting. That can be a kind of security. Hello, sweet boy. And so in that way, I think there are plenty of people who stay in religion out of fear or out of a need, out of a real need for community they never had, or security that they derive from it, or ego, or control. Those same systems have been used for control, for horrendous acts. Is that what makes them believe? Some people, yeah. Some people believe in a God that gives them special status that nobody else can have. And because of that, everybody else can suffer, and who cares? Hey, my nine, how you doing? My nine, if you want to get that in, stand on the opposite side, squeeze and push. Opposite side, squeeze and push up. Are you talking about the hoop? You're gonna help me get the fitting in there, my nine? Angel, maybe the religion people believe isn't making them feel comfortable. Maybe it's where they hide. Some people absolutely. Some of us absolutely hide in religion or in church or in communities or in whatever, right? And some of us use the things that are meant to be guide signposts for us to discover ourselves and connect to our relationship with something higher than ourselves. And some people use it as a means to hurt others and control others and demand obedience, blind obedience. And that, as far as my lifetime of work, I have come to understand the human being as not a creature that is meant to be subservient to something that is, what's that, the whole, you are here to self-actualize. You are here to experience. And how that happens for you is going to be unique to you. Yes, my son? Here, I'll put the tapes right here so you can, I'll put them right there so you can grab what you want when you want it. Just, you can leave it right there too. Okay. Challenge what you believe. Oh, and I just, yeah, I know it's a semantics thing, right? Instead of challenging, what if we just invite more light, right? If we're stuck in the temple and we've got the temple locked up, we don't have to fight the walls, right? We can crack a window before we go running out the door. We don't have to burn the place down. We can leave and come back. But in the West, we have a very hammer and nail, gross motor skills. We use gross motor skills to build muscle. We use gross motor skills to build a house. We use gross motor thinking. It's either black or white. It's day or night. It's this or that. You're either right or wrong. But that is, again, a kind of ignorance. And TikTok's going to flag me for saying that word. Because TikTok thinks that's an insult. In reality, it is just a state of not knowing. A kind of state of being in the dark. So what is enlightenment? Awareness. Bringing light into our understanding of ourselves and the world and each other. Enlightenment, another really great thing, right? Misdirection we've been sold. Enlightenment is super far away and it's only for certain people, and you have to work super, 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 super hard if you're ever going to get there, but you probably won't get there because it's only for certain people. The process of enlightening yourself happens moment by moment every single day, if you choose it or not. If you choose it, right? It'll happen if you choose it. The more you choose it, the more it happens. The more you choose to close your eyes and say, no, I don't want to look outside of this temple. I don't want to look outside of this house. I'm going to shutter my windows. I'm going to close the curtains. I'm going to hide under my bed and clutch my pearls. Some of us are living our life like that and saying, no, I'm fine. I'm fine here under the bed. Leave me alone. Let me stay. I'm safe. I'm just safe if I'm here. Red Mama Yeti, would I add another layer of tape? Does it help with the grip? Nope. One layer, you can add more tape. First, yes, you can add more tape. Second, only one round is what you need, and you don't even have to cover the whole hoop like that. If you can get the right angle, like I didn't, you can just add strips or stripes. Somebody was talking about candy striping theirs. That works too. All you need is a little bit of tape for grip. Angel, people only want to admire the inside of the temple, but forgot the outside is just as important. Do you know the allegory of the cave? I'm going to tell the allegory of the cave story because I haven't spoken about that one in a while. Somewhere out there, I feel like greed, capitalism has become too much of a comfort, and it makes us greedy for more life. So we were talking before, right, about capitalism and about how it conditions us, how our culture conditions us, and how capitalism literally capitalizes on our imbalances and therefore perpetuates our imbalances. Think about it like the business of medicine, for-profit medicine. We are not profitable if we are healthy and balanced. So what's the motivation for medications to actually help or doctors to actually heal, right? To these things, there's not a lot of motivation. And when we live in a capitalist society like that, people use those sorts of things to, keep us unhealthy. Hey, Lotus, how you doing? Okay, so Angel, I'm going to pop your comment up here, pin this comment. We're going to talk about the allegory of the cave because it's one of my favorites. It's I can't multitask, so I just have to tell you the allegory. Okay. This is Plato's allegory of the cave. And Plato wrote it as he did a lot of his work as something that Socrates spoke about. A story Socrates told. So the allegory of the cave is thus. In the far back of a cave, there are people, right? The darkest point of the cave. There are people back in the dark point of the cave, in the deep, deep part of the cave. Those people are on their knees and chained so that they can't really turn all the way around. They're looking into the darkest part of the cave. They're looking at the wall of the cave. And that's the reality that they have for the allegory. They're unable to move, unable to get up, unable to go anywhere else to a degree. Okay? Behind these people, which they can't see, is a bridge that's a bit above them, right? Behind and above. And on the other side of that bridge, there's a fire. There's a fire that's been built. And so anything that passes over the bridge, what does it do? It casts shadows to the back of the cave. The people at the back of the cave know nothing but the shadows, but the illusion. Right? And we can acknowledge that some people that walk across the bridge intentionally create illusions. Other people just create them because they walk by, right? Some stay, some don't. Some find it funny to create illusions to decide to show other people, right? And at the back of the cave, the person who knows the most about the shadows and about the darkness is the wisest. The person who knows the most about the illusion is the wisest. Now, further out of the cave, I love you too. Further out of the cave, we've got the people in the back of the cave. We've got the bridge behind them. We've got the fire just behind the bridge. And even still further, you can go up a set of stairs all the way up. I love you too, friend. All the way up to the exit of the cave. There's an opening. There's an exit. You can leave the cave. Outside of the cave, what's there? Reality. All of it. In its glory, bright, shining glory. It's all there. If you get curious, let's say, you're at the back of the cave here, right? You're one of those people who've been arguing over shadows your entire life. And you decide, this isn't for me, right? I don't like this. I feel uncomfortable, whatever it is, right? This isn't working. So you start to kind of get yourself unchained, right? Because you can. You're not stuck there forever. You can unchain yourself, but it takes intention to do it. You have to recognize you're chained in the first place, or you're confined in the first place to even want to take them off, right? What's the motivation to take them off and to go anywhere else if you are completely absorbed in, and maybe even the wisest about, all those shadows? Now, if you wiggle yourself free and turned around and saw that bridge and saw that fire and saw what was going on, and then came and turned back to these people and he said, guys, this is all bullshit. It's fake. It's made up. The people at the back of the cave who've been there for generations, God knows how long, right, are going to go, you're crazy. No, just look. Just look. Just use your awareness. Just turn away from the shadows for a second. And I'm telling you, there are people fucking around with us. There's even an exit to the cave. You're going to look crazy. You're going to look absolutely nuts to everybody who is there at the back of the cave, committed to the shadows, committed to the illusion. Thank you, friend. And there are people on that bridge who are intentionally offering you, creating shadows to keep you stuck there. Hell, they may even be rewarding you for being the wisest and knowing the most about the shadows. Consider this. What if I am on the bridge or out of the cave and I find this cave and I find these people back there and I'm like, oh, you have no idea that all this stuff is out there and you're just literally confined to this one little corner of the universe and there's so much more. I want to show you. And I rip somebody's confinements off and I drag them out of the cave. They've spent their entire life in darkness. What happens when you run from a dark room into the sunlight? Oh, what the fuck? No! That person that I just dragged out of the cave unwillingly might not be even able to see what I'm showing them because it's so bright, their eyes don't even have time to adjust before they turn and run the fuck back to the cave. And then what are they going to tell the people at the back of the cave? That was terrifying. Don't do that. There is nothing out there. It's just all bright and painful. Don't. And then even more, they stay committed at the back of the cave. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of money in keeping you at the back of the cave. Why? Because I can use your resources. I can use your attention. Your attention is one of the most powerful resources you have. What do you mean? What do you mean my attention? My time, my attention, right? We understand in quantum physics that your attention itself changes things on a molecular level. Go look up the double slit experiment if you're interested. Your act of giving your awareness to something changes it. That can be useful. In fact, my awareness of it, as we learn in the double slit experiment, is part of what makes it reality. So if there's something riding on this illusion, all I need to do if I want to benefit from it, right, is to keep you paying attention to that illusion. Don't look anywhere else. Don't listen to anybody else about anything else. No, no, no. Stay there. Only know the illusion. And someday, maybe I'll reward you with a beautiful, perfect place where it's not so painful. The allegory of the cave is a really powerful message for a lot of different parts of our journey, of our reality, of our inner experience, as well as our outer experience. There's even a little YouTube video where you can go watch the whole little thing. So, Plato's Allegory of the Cave. And I shared it because people only want to admire the inside of the temple, but forget the outside is just as important. Do we not do this for ourselves as well? Like I said, bury myself under my bed, right? Clutch my pearls and lock my doors and shutter my windows and say, no, I'm fine in here. I'm fine. I'm fine. But don't come in my house. We live inside of our own caves. Some parts of us still sitting there at the back of the cave, listening to the illusions and totally buying that shit. Some parts of us are trying to drag us up towards the light. Like, come on, please. Let's set us free. Let's go. Some of us within our own systems are the ones perpetuating our own illusion. We are perpetuating our own illusion. We are both the people in the back of the cave and the people on the bridge, as well as the people outside and the people wandering around the cave. You are all of those things. Different facets. It's okay. Because that's how we all start out. We all start out at the back of the cave. Through the enculturation process. We're given what our culture and our society or, religion or parents or whatever wants to give us. It's the back of the cave. So enlightenment is just bringing more light into that cave. Not false light, not the fire. Not perpetuating my own illusion that says the world is this way or that way or whatever it is that keeps me stuck in the same patterns, right? But taking the risk, the leap, being curious enough to be like, what even else is in this cave? And what if I'm looking around this cave, then what's outside of this cave? Yes. Very cool.
I have 3 colors.
Oh no, you didn't use all the tape? Okay. Whew. Thanks for leaving me some.
You're welcome. See, I'm using a little bit. I'm trying to evenly do the tape. But
I like it.
Hard.
No, you're doing great. I think it looks pretty good.
Thanks. Let me give you the tape I've already used.
Just make sure you leave me some, okay?
I will.
All right.
This one's nice and squishy too. I like them kind of squishy a little.
Okay. We're going to get this hula hoop in here, guys.
By the way, Mom.
Yes.
Whoa, so sorry.
Whoops, that's okay. You can unplug it.
Okay. Look what I did. I made where the 2 edges connect. Look what I did. I stacked the duct tape on there. That's why I wanted the duct tape. So it's easier to so it sticks together better.
Okay.
So that's why.
Hey, that's pretty good. I got the coupling in, mostly. If you're making hula hoops along with me, I think you probably have made several hula hoops in the time that it has taken me to make, not finish, 2.
I made this one and almost finished the coloring.
Excuse me. I'm looking for my charger really quick. Thought I just, yeah. Okay. It may not be long enough. It might not be long enough, Mom. That isn't long enough. Ruh-roh. Might have to relocate a little bit. But there's gurus out there who would sell you more illusion so that you stay inside the cave. There are those out there that would tell you that getting out of the cave is impossible or only for certain people, right? I call baloney. Your spiritual journey, your personal growth, your life is your life. It's how you choose to live it, right? Chegs, what is CAYA? CAYA. CAYA stands for Come As You Are. This is our CAYA community space. And why Come As You Are? Because authenticity is the purest expression of you. That's you. And that's what we're here for. Not for you to fit yourself inside of a box. Not for you to sit there at the back of the cave, watching illusions all day long, but for you to experience you. Because that's the purest expression of source. One of the things that really grinds my gears is this idea that you were created in God's image, but somehow you're bad and broken and deserving of punishment or condemnation or judgment. Why would I make all of these things that I'm just going to hurt or judge or be mad at or try to control? Oops. Those are human tendencies transposed over something far greater than us. All right. Come as you are. Because you're fucking valuable. If we didn't need you, you wouldn't be here right now. But there are so many messages out there that would have you believe otherwise. That you are meant to be controlled, or you are born bad and wrong, and therefore you can never. I don't know. Yes, darling.
You can use these scissors to cut the tape.
Okay, I don't. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, this one we're trying a little bit different. We got a little bit of a wider deal here. I'm going to try to get this one nice and smooth. We'll see. Oh, it's kind of a big hoop. Should we go try these out after we get them done?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm almost done with my tape. I think it looks good.
Awesome. I'm glad you like yours. This is not going to work. Don't twist yourself up. Can I tell the story behind the radiator tattoo? Sure. It's an old school radiator, the kind of deal that they used to have on the wall, and right, get oil or something or water. It's one of my sillier tattoos. And it's because I used to be a very fiery pitta dosha. I had a lot of heat in my system. And so I ran hot all the time, especially when I slept. My body was out of balance. And I was called or accused of being a personal space heater. You're like a freaking radiator. You're like a space heater. You're like a Hot Wheels sleeping next to a freaking furnace, right? I heard all of those things. So I decided to get me a little radiator of my own so that I could turn that heat down if I needed to. Yeah, it's a funny thing. I put it there because where's the best place to warm your hands when they're cold? Right between your thighs. Also, when my son was born, which this happens a lot for with our constitution. When you are pregnant, you are carrying a different being inside of you. Therefore, you have multiple constitutions inside of you at once, sometimes battling each other. When I'm speaking about doshas or constitutions, I'm talking about from the perspective of Ayurveda. So, as a very high pitta dosha, right? I certainly did not expect that when I had my little fire monkey over there, that he would literally take my fire. He took my heat. He shifted my dosha. So instead of being primary pitta, I'm primary vata now. And while you're nursing, you're primary kapha. Everybody who's lactating is primary kapha because you need the extra water. What, you mean my constitution itself changes over time throughout my lifetime? Yeah, because you're not a static creature. You're a dynamic being that is constantly evolving. Again, whether you choose to or not, it's up to you. Whether you choose to engage with the process or resist the process, that's up to you. So now my radiator is like, when I'm cold, I'll be over here being like, I turned the heat up, it's too cold. My radiator's broken. It's something that tickles me. Mm-hmm. And we all need to be tickled in good ways sometimes. Okay. We're getting there, you guys. We're getting there. I'm not even halfway around the hoop. I'm using the expensive Gorilla Tape on this too. Oops. All right, with this being our last day, not last day, but last Saturday, last class, to talk about the solar plexus. Does anybody have any other questions about the solar plexus? Do you want other tools? We did talk about mudras this month. We also talked about mantras a little while ago. The Bij mantras for the chakras. The solar plexus chakra, Bij mantra is Ram, R-A-N. And you can, if you want to balance your solar plexus, bring balance to your solar plexus, just sit there and go Ram, 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 Ram. If you can't roll your tongue, you can still just say Ram, 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 Ram. They are so easy to affect. But because our systems are so dynamic and so ever-changing and evolving like that, and not static, sometimes once you change an energy pattern, it goes back again, right? The patterns keep patterning. Once you think you've changed something, I should say, the pattern comes back. Why did the universe bring this back up to me again? I thought I healed this. Because why not? It was a pattern that you chose before. It was something you said yes to before by continuing to engage in that pattern. Sonder, what am I even doing? I am unevenly wrapping this hoop because we are making hula hoops today while we talk about the solar plexus and the chakra system. Because most of us know some anecdotal info about the chakras without knowing some of the most powerful and important parts about the system, about our energy body. Oh man, the gaps are getting closer and closer together the further around the hoop I go. Hey, how are you, my friend? Do you have all your hula hooping stuff? Eva? Okay, I might have to deal with a little bit of a bubble in there so that I can keep the gap between my tape spirals. Here comes the sun, da-da-da-da. Here comes the sun, and I said, it's all right. Sonder, which chakras do I need to enable to get a job? I like your word choice there. Well, it depends on where your chakras are already enabled. First of all, they are on and functioning, even if not that well. No, there's nobody I've ever met with a completely closed chakra. I don't think it's possible because the chakra, the energy through your chakras is your energy. That's your energy body that is moving through your system, and it needs to do that. And when it's out of balance, it manifests as pain, discomfort, confusion, triggers. It can manifest as chronic conditions eventually if we continue to remain out of balance. Because if I am always standing on one foot and I spend 15 fucking years trying to walk around on one foot, I'm going to screw up the rest of my body, aren't I? Your energy is just the same. Oh, I'll have to look into that. It's interesting information, Sonder. I've never heard of that. I'd love to check it out. And we also may be playing semantics, right? Because we can have chakras that we might call blocked, but there still is energy flowing through those chakras, albeit small, or albeit only inside of your system rather than interacting from the outside and inside, right? As they're meant to do. But in terms of getting a job, if you're wondering how to get a job, how to use your chakra system, chakra healing to get a job, that's going to depend a lot on which chakras are preventing you from getting a job. Is there a chronic condition that's preventing you from it? Or a emotional trigger? Or a belief pattern that is keeping you from being able to engage in that way with life if you want to? Do you believe that having a job is your only sense of self-esteem or success in life? Because that's about your solar plexus. Do you feel unsafe in the world right now and so don't want to go get a job or afraid to go get a job because of that and need a sense of security? Or that's your root chakra. Or maybe it's that you were spoiled as a kid. Maybe the whole world gave you everything you freaking wanted as a child. And when you grow up as an adult and that's no longer happening, then you're frustrated and don't want to go get a job because you think you should be given that. Not because you're, again, and I'm not saying this is a horrible thing. I'm saying just because you are out of balance. That needs to be brought back into balance. Hey, Juliana. So it depends. Which one of these issues which one of those things, if any, ring true? And if none, feel free to share. Yeah, Naruto uses nature chakra. It's more abundant. Nature chakra. What's nature chakra? I have studied the energy body. What's the word? Scholastically. I have studied it from the perspective of Vedic sciences, Vedic teachings. I have studied it from the perspective of modern science exploration through the Heart Math Institute, through the Maharishi International School. MI International. I think it's a university, just international university. They do a bunch of tests, like interesting studies over there as well. Yay for homemade hula hoop! Awesome, looking good, buddy. I have 5% battery, guys. Hold on just a second.
I can plug it in for you.
Nope. Okay, almost done with this one, but I gotta plug the phone in before it dies. But where am I gonna put it? Because I don't think this is gonna fit. Oh. Yep. I'm gonna have to scoot you guys back. That's way back. Holy moly. What are we gonna do?
I have to climb over the chair to get.
I know, right? So Sonder, are you in here anymore or no? Well, there you go. Red Mama. Wow, that's big. How many balances are affected in seeking a job? It also hits self-worth. Yeah. Do you think you're worthy of being paid or not? Or do you think you're worthy of being paid far more than the job warrants? Or, it can be either way. That's why I'm saying, like, there's not one. Oh, sorry, YouTube. I left YouTube over here. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. But you are charged up now, so you can come down here. Yes, dear?
Can I have some of that black duct tape?
Yes. Can you hold on a second while I readjust? Yes. Noises help move things. Come down and hang out with us, YouTube. How's that? Okay. Don't fall. Okay. I'll try to catch you if you fall, but I'm not making a promise. This is not a trust fall. I'm in the middle of using the black tape, you silly goose.
Oh, I thought I saw some black duct tape. That
right.
wasn't the Gorilla tape.
Here.
That's Gorilla tape. But,
Darling, thank you. Ajna, I love you. Okay. All right. So, I think Red Mama Yeti, we might maybe even get discouraged a little bit by that, by looking at it and going, oh my gosh, all of these different imbalances can be contributing to me not having a job, right? And we might be like, oh God, how the hell am I supposed to figure out what it is then? But for me, I think that it's actually encouraging that there's all these different possibilities, because it means that there's plenty of places for you to look, right? There's not just one little thing hidden somewhere in a haystack in the middle of a field of haystacks. There are needles in every haystack in the field. You just need to start going through them. Keys in every haystack in the field. Just got to start going through them. And it's your willingness, and curiosity that give you the opportunity to receive that key. Without that willingness or curiosity, there is nothing to receive. There is no space to receive that key. You're not even going to find it. Unless you get lucky and some crazy big wind, right? When we let the universe do our healing and growth for us, sometimes a crazy big wind comes through and blows down one of those haystacks. And you're like, oh, there's a key. That was amazing. But that's not the way that we get through to every single key. Some of those haystacks you have to choose to go through. But that's enlightenment, is it not? Again, choosing to go through the layers and examine myself, my reality, this one subjective reality that nobody else can see. You only get this part of it. You don't get to see the expansive cosmos that exist within there. Just like I don't get to see yours. Not completely, not in its entirety. Again, you are your own guru because only you can go through those haystacks. You can have a counselor, a teacher, a coach, a friend, a guru, whatever, help you through, guide you through, remind you how to, kind of thing. But who does the work? When you are sitting in meditation and your guru says, close your eyes. Who closes your eyes? You do. Can your guru come over and shut your eyes for you? Okay, sure, yes. Your guru could come and cover your eyes and say, shut your eyes, right? And force you to do that. But when your guru says, put all of your attention inside of your belly button, who does that? Your guru can't do that. Nobody can do that. Nobody can access that. That's why we say things like, nobody can make you do anything. Okay, there's caveats. Somebody can grab you and push you and force you and demand. Somebody can manipulate you and get you to, yes. But ultimately, we do, barring ignorance of it, we do have choices. That's our superpower. My opinion is that all humans share a couple of superpowers, but one of them is choice. Because in every moment, I have some sort of choice. I may not like the choices available. They may not really be choices that are really for me. Might have to make a difficult choice or a choice that I don't like to make it through some sort of situation so that I can find the choices that I do like. Thank you for the follow, friend. But ultimately, it is a superpower. Because if I know I have the choice, then why would I? There's a monk. There's a monk sitting in a courtyard. Now I feel like it needs to be a song. There's a monk in the courtyard meditating. There's a monk in the courtyard meditating. Okay, so there's a monk in the marketplace courtyard meditating. And he's got his eyes half open, and he's just looking at the ongoings, comings and goings of the marketplace and the business and the people and listening to the sounds. And he's just there present with his experience. And somebody else sees him doing this, and they're like, no way, buddy. You're not supposed to be here. You shouldn't be shoving this in people's faces. You can't be doing this in public. Go do it somewhere else. Get out of here. No, right? And the monk the whole time stays where he is with his eyes partially open, just taking in the experience of everything he's experiencing. But he's not reacting. And that really bothers the guy who's already got a problem with him anyway, right? So he raises his voice even louder and continues berating this monk. And finally he says, do you even understand what I'm saying? And the monk finally smiles and opens his eyes the rest of the way and looks at the man, and he says, yes, I can hear you. I simply choose not to receive the gifts that you are offering me. Thank you. And goes back to meditating. Can you imagine? Can you imagine having the inner compass, the inner peace, strength, centeredness, awareness to realize that you don't have to take the gifts that people are throwing at you? You don't have to catch the arrows. You don't have to take that at all.
Look, this is all tape.
Very cool, honey.
I like the patterns. That's why I did some white tape on there instead of just leaving it blank.
Nice. You can go try it out?
Yeah.
Okay. Take it outside?
But first I need to change it into something cooler.
Okay. Let me turn all of this stuff a little way. No, you can get in that way still.
Yeah, just barely.
I know, sorry. Oh, Phaedra? Is that how you say your name? Nice. Thank you for the taps. Thank you for the love. We're just here making hula hoops, talking philosophy and enlightenment and chakras and energy, the energy body, and capitalism and religion, and because they're not separate, because all of these things go together, and telling stories and singing songs. Hi, for those of you who are new here, my name is Reverend Deborah. I'm an interfaith minister, a movement facilitator, and your shenanigan shaman. So thank you, TikTok. TikTok dubbed me the shenanigan shaman. Sorry, YouTube. You guys didn't give me a cool nickname yet. So, okay. And I am live every Saturday, usually at 10 a.m. Pacific time. And we go until my phone dies or my voice dies. And I do have other classes and I do have other things. I do coaching. I've written a book that is in publishing right now and should be out here very soon. I do hope. And as soon as it does come out, you guys are going to be hearing nothing but that. No, I'm kidding. You'll be hearing all about that. And I'm really excited actually because as a tool for talking about the book and about the topic of the book, we are going to what's it called? Profile. We're going to assess the energy bodies, the chakra balances of high profile public figures. And I'm going to be asking you guys who you want to do. So we can do celebrities, politicians, people who are long gone, or people who are still here, or whoever you want to do. And they're fun because we all get to see them, right, from a public perspective. So obviously, it's a exploration in their public perspective, right, in what the public perspective shows as far as balances or imbalances. I can't be privy to everybody's personal life, right? So I'm not telling you that this is the end all be all, that like Kim Kardashian is absolutely like this. But we're going to go ahead and go through the exploration of it because it's fun to see, and they're really good. Public figures are really good examples usually of exaggerated versions. They're amplified versions. They're archetypes, right? And stereotypes kind of things right there in front of us. So they're really good ways to understand the energy body through example. Lamira, I remember the llama days. You've come so far. Thank you, friend. It's so nice to hear from folks who've been around for so long. That was such an experience for me in learning to balance my chakras and learning to set boundaries and do what really is for me. I am a giver. I'm a caretaker, right? I'm somebody who's like, oh, if I can just easily put myself aside so that you feel comfortable, then why don't I go ahead and do that? And I was doing that for a long time. And that got me in a lot of terrible situations and a lot of really great ones. But ultimately, it was a really good learning experience, right? Yes. The more you know, G.I. Joe, something like that. I don't want to use this. Da, 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 da. We made 2 hoops. This one only took me 20 minutes, maybe an hour. Did it take me another hour to make this hoop? I'm going to have to confirm that later. All right, y'all. We now have a bigger one and a smaller one. And the difference? Pruitt. Am I Jewish? Nope. I am Rev Deborah. I'm an interfaith minister. Yeah. And I'm making hula hoops right now and talking about the energy body. It took me the right amount of time. Oh, Lamira, what a beautiful thing to say. Because we so often second guess ourselves or worry, especially me, that I'm not on time or doing things at the right time or waiting for the right time or not, and like I said, it was, for me, it was a leap of faith in taking that next step, the step that I took. Oh, shit. It's been more than a year. That was December of 2023, November of 2023, I think. It was an awesome experience. Awesome little experience. Oh, thank you. All right, got some trash here. When creating, time is not measurable. But that's it. Time is an illusion in itself. What? Do you want to pick that apart? Time is an illusion. It's one of the things that we say, and it becomes trite, right? Time is an illusion. Okay, yeah, but I still have to show up on time. I still measure the time by a clock and in days, and I still have a freaking alarm, right? What do you mean it's an illusion? You remember that time that you were so worried about somebody that you were thinking about them while you were driving, right? You were driving home, maybe, and you were so worried about that person that you were thinking about. When you pulled into your driveway, you suddenly realized, holy shit, I just missed the last 6 blocks. Has that ever happened? Okay, you're a musician or a painter or an artist and you are creating something. And you start at 5 o'clock, and before you know it, it's midnight. You've had your headphones on the whole time, you've been completely absorbed in your project. Now, you remember that feeling the night before your birthday, or Christmas Eve, or right before you go to Disneyland, or the really cool thing, right, first day of school? How long did that take? How long did that night, Christmas Eve, last, compared to how quickly those 6 blocks disappeared? How quickly those hours while you're doing your project disappeared? Time is relative. The illusion is that time is static. It's not. We want to pretend it is. We use our clocks and our calendars, but even those are poor math because we have to use leap years and, daylight savings and spring forward and backwards, whatever. It's not even good math. But we buy the illusion that it's static and that it's even a good measurement. Time is relative.
What? Where's the scissors?
I don't know. Nope, I put them right back down when I was done because I tried to use them and they said, I don't want to use these, and I dropped them. Time is relative, ouch, to what? So if time is not static, right? The universe is not a stage where space and time are our platform, our static platform. That's not the universe. It's not how it works. We understand that. I don't know where they went, Boo Bear. You guys see the scissors? Are you sure you didn't pick them up and move them? Dog did it then. He's coming over. Where are the scissors, puppy?
I don't know.
Time and space are not static.
Then may I use the hacksaw to cut the thing? Cut the cake?
Why don't you go get a... Oh, they're right here. Found them. I hit them. Time and space are relative to light. Light. There is one constant in the universe, and that's the speed of light. Everything else bends around light. And I think it was actually, if I'm remembering correctly, I don't remember the name of the guy before who said that it was static. But then I do believe that it was Einstein's work that helped us understand that time and space are relative to light, not static for stages for us to experience. And we go deeper into quantum mechanics and the double slit experiment that tells us that there is chance out there, a lot more than we thought, that this reality that we even see is not as static as we think it is, right? Because everything moves, everything bends around light. It's relative to light. Where's our light? My awareness, my energy body. So time and space is relative to me, to my perception of it. Yeah. Thank you, Juliana. That's how we break that down. Time is an illusion. We parrot over and over without really understanding what that actually means sometimes. Or we dismiss it saying, it's obviously not an illusion. Hello, I've got a calendar and a clock and a time to be there. But it is. My experience of it dictates how I experience it. My perception of it dictates how I experience it. And what did we just now examine? What does the shifting of your experience? Where your attention is. If my attention is completely absorbed in my project, time is going to be relative to that which I'm doing and engaging in and where my attention is. If my attention is off on somebody else that I'm thinking of, then my attention is not here and I'm going to miss what's here. Those 6 blocks that you drove and while you were thinking about your friend, because you're worried, they still exist. Somebody else is driving down that street and walking down that street, but you did not see them. There could have been a new house, a fancy car, a kid with a basketball, a dog and a lady. You saw none of them. For you, they don't exist. Time and space are relative. When my thoughts, when my hope is in tomorrow, and my excitement, my joy, I know it's coming, it's going to be there, it's Christmas Eve, tomorrow is Christmas, tomorrow is my birthday, and it's the best day ever, right? I can't wait. I just can't wait. Why is it taking so long? Can I open a present early? Your reality is relative to you, to your perception of it. What colors our perception? Those earliest experiences that settled in your energy body. They are alive and well in every moment, shaping your reality because they are the influence on your perspective that you are using to experience reality. It can be that simple. Hey, thank you, Juliana. I'm going to pin you there. I do have private coaching and group coaching. Thank you. If you want to get involved in group coaching or join me for private coaching, you can find that on patreon.com/move the change. I am Move the Change on YouTube, on TikTok, on Patreon, and if I'm anywhere else, I'm there as well. I'm Move the Change. And I do offer private coaching. I do offer group coaching, and then I offer other membership levels just to help make sure I can keep doing these free classes on Saturdays. Because the truth for me is that this is really important. Hey, Zach, thank you. This is really important to share these simplified understandings, right? These cheat codes. It's a shortcut. It's a cheat code without cheating. When you realize how the system works, you know how to use the system. Most of us don't know how our system works. And most of us don't understand how these system works because we didn't read it or learn about it or, ask the question ever. I guess my gift to you is to share with you what I have found, what I've discovered, what I've learned, what I've read, what I've experienced along the way. Because it's that led me from a fucked up traumatic childhood with all sorts of ego imbalances and emotional triggers and bad habits and poor ways of treating myself and other people, and really a lot of good fuck ups. Hey, a lot of good fuck ups. Good job, you. You too, dog. Good job.
Hey, Mom.
Yes, darling.
Is there a way to weigh my food? Because I need a little heavier.
Well, not now that it's taped up. But do you want to borrow one of mine?
Sure.
Try it out. Whoa, sorry.
This is nice and heavy, but it's a little big.
Spaz X. Do you think we choose the badly balanced chakra mix for a certain viewpoint before we incarnate? Ooh, I love that one. Okay, so I think again, like nature versus nurture, right? It's both. It's balance of both. The degree to which we choose our lives before we incarnate, I don't have the information on. I don't remember that, and I have a lot of people's theories, as well as some of my own. But that one I can't quite answer. However, when I look at life, if there is a I'm here to learn something thing, right? My insight is that our experiences, our souls are a bit like libraries. This is my youngest version, 7-year-old me, first having big spiritual stuff happening to me. And I was like, we're libraries. We come into these lives to learn specific things, just like you go to school to learn math. If you're going to learn math, you need to be in the math classroom to learn math. I'm not learning math over in drama class. Not the same math, at least. Very different math. Right? So if I understand the structure, if these things are true, then we would need to be in the right classroom. And I think that this is where we find the cross point between our constitution, our temperament, what we're born with, the nature piece, and the nurture piece. And how that nature piece interacts with the external nurture piece. Where do I find my constitution? Well, I can look in Ayurveda at my dosha. I can look at astrology at my signs. I can look at what's the other one? The human design. Right? I can look at numerology. I can look at myself through culture or religion or a million different lenses. But I have a natural, innate something that I'm born with, right? Even in human development, we recognize that children are not blank slates. We're not empty vessels for to just be filled up, right? We have our own energy already. We have our own constitution already. That's why you and I can go swimming in the same ocean and have a totally different experience. My sister and I grew up in the same household for how many years, and we have a very different experience because we have different constitutions. She's a half sister too, so she got different DNA as well. So I can't say for sure whether or not we are conscious and choosing that this is the life we want to be in. I like to believe that because if I have a choice, I'd like to believe that I chose this for a reason. And if I chose it for a reason, then there's something in it for me and it's not just meaningless. And that's powerful for me. Not everybody needs or wants some bigger meaning or some purpose in life. Some people are just really okay with the day-to-day cycles of toil and do not look outside of today. But ultimately, the process, the journey is to learn to do that too. Is to take your classroom day by day by day. To really take in the classroom. Why? Because everything in it is for you to learn. Every book, every out of place hair, every person you meet, every sunrise and every sunset, every breath. is an opportunity for you to learn something in your classroom. So, thank you for the question.
Yeah.
So, what that basically means in terms of the chakras means that, okay, let's play this game as a personal experience. I was born a Virgo sun with a Gemini rising. Thank you, Zach. Both of those rule the throat chakra. My earliest experiences as a child, actually all of my childhood, let me just say that, all of my childhood and continued after as well, I have this very distinct experience of being not heard. I wasn't allowed to speak my truth. I was in a very abusive household and I was not allowed to speak about that. I was not allowed to be loud about that. I was not allowed to be too happy, too mad. I couldn't yell. I couldn't laugh too loud. And my volume, actually, yeah, I learned to use my voice as a tool because it was one of my strengths. As a Virgo Gemini, it's one of my strengths. So I used it again and again and again and again to try to heal myself, to heal other people, to try to find my purpose, to try to speak my truth, to try to hear other people's truths. But the experiences that I had really caused me to spend my whole life on my throat chakra. From those earliest experiences of being shut down to discovering and having these really amazing, powerful spiritual experiences as a child and not being allowed to speak about them either. Even into my 20s, where I tried to talk about energy and chakras and the classroom and these other things, people would just kind of, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Right? I'm an 80s baby. I'm 40. I'll be 41 this year. So I've seen the world change for a little while here. And what's my magic? What's my gift? Is being able to share these things through song, through story, through sitting here and chatting. And every chance I get, I do it. Because it is so fulfilling and aligned and energizing. How can I sit on here for hours and hours? Somebody was saying last year how I was doing 5 class or whatever it was, 4 classes a week or something like that. How are you so consistent? Because it's one of the most powerful, most fulfilling things that I do. And that's why it's now my career. Because I realize that this is my purpose. What is in the... So, hi, let's see. Hi, Christine. We're going to go ahead and say hi to Christine. Christine came in to show us, let's see, some more chakra imbalance. Are you suggesting vacuum cleaner because my carpet appears dirty from there? I appreciate your judgment because it tells me that you feel insecure about when your space is unclean and you think that it gives somebody a bad image or makes them look bad or look whatever it is that the judgment is. Is that really true? Or is it just an assumption, judgment, projection of an out of balance system, right? So thanks. Thanks for giving us another example as to how our imbalances show up every day in just about every single thing we do. Or our balance shows up in just about every single thing we do. Actually, you don't like a dirty space. No judging, just noticed. And again, see the disconnect from the action of just saying vacuum cleaner versus now saying, oh no, actually, I just don't like dirty spaces. So I decided to come into your space, somebody I don't really know, and say vacuum cleaner to tell you to tell me that you don't like dirty spaces, but you're not in my space. And did you just notice? Because just noticing, the truth of just noticing would say, I notice that there's dirt on your carpet. You might need a vacuum. You might need to clean it, right? But what you did instead was say vacuum cleaner. And this social media space gives us permission to be so short and so irresponsible with the way we communicate, with what we say and how we communicate it and how we project ourselves into other spaces. And we say, oh, it's not a judgment, but it is a judgment. We judge things every day, all the time. There's nothing wrong with judgment itself. We're always doing it. It's how we decide if it's for us or not for us. But if I go into someone else's space like this or someone else's house and I go, vacuum cleaner, or vacuum cleaner, sure doesn't matter how I say it, does it? There's an implication there. There's a message that's being conveyed through those words and through the energy of where those words are coming from. You don't like a dirty space. Me neither. But life is life. And I'm not going to go into somebody else's space and say that unless I'm projecting my opinion, therefore judgment, about their space. So this space is a CAYA space. CAYA stands for come as you are, because authenticity is the purest expression of you, right? And that's what we're all learning here in our process, in our personal journey. However, just like a classroom or a church or any other gathering where we're gathered for a specific intention, if someone is coming to specifically disrupt or to be obtuse or project, right, into the space, then they're ushered out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and mute you, Christine, because now you're taking up the chat with single words. So it doesn't seem like you're here to engage and have the conversation together. And that's okay. You don't have to. This is not the space for you to stay in right now. You're welcome to come back. That's why you're muted. You're welcome to come back another time after this live to another live if you'd like to try again with your personal responsibility, because we have to be personally responsible enough with our projections so that we don't unintentionally or intentionally project ourselves into spaces. Authenticity is everything. Yes. And we need to be aware that authenticity sometimes means we're being rude. Oops, that was totally authentic for me to do that or project that or say that, whatever. And sometimes our authenticity is rude. But I'm not going to go be rudely authentic in a quiet church service. If I'm feeling angry and loud, am I? No, it would be disruptive and rude. Right? Makeup by Zoelle. Hi, friend. You're here to learn. You're nervous about what's in your energy. Can you tell me more? Thank you, EO. Oh, you comment. Oh, I get it. I'm not going to say those words because TikTok might flag me for them. That's another projection. If we're learning here, right? If we're being aware of these things, that's another projection. That was a judgment as well, which again, I'm not like condemning, but I'm just bringing it to our awareness where we go, oops, the person who judged first, then I turned around and offered them another judgment back, which made me feel better about who they are or how I behaved or how I reacted to them, right? That's another projection. Unless you particularly know the person, unless you personally know them and there's actual like experience in there, it's usually just an assumption, which is projection of our own beliefs and our own experiences and our own fears, right? And our own imbalances. Lamara, yes, it's actually carpet, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Makeup by Zoelle, you say I have a lot of negative spirits around, I think. Okay, so I'm really glad you brought that up because this is one thing I really like to talk about. Oh, sorry. Hold on. The kid asked a question. Yes, babe.
You screen might on this post with the hair's not even touching it.
It's static.
Touching it.
Yeah, it's static electricity. Yeah. So the idea of negative ties or demons, right? I think has a lot to do with the same idea as doing our shadow work. And again, I'm just speaking from my own experience. You are welcome to have your own opinion of these things, your own thoughts and feelings about them. It's entirely up to you, right? This is a gift. You can take it or leave it. If it's not for you, it's not for you. I have come to understand every personal demon, every negative spirit, every entity that I have experienced from a negative, bad, scary kind of place was either of me or was able to interact with me because of a lack of boundaries or a lack of balance or just an unawareness that I was letting that energy in at all. A lot more of the negativity or darkness or demons sort of stuff that we experience is just our own out of balance energy that manifests in an out of balance way. So it's because it's one of those things that I think a lot of people, especially with Western religion, right, that gives you the idea that like hell and demons and the devil's always out to get you kind of stuff. It gives it, again, it writes in the narrative. It writes in a belief that these things are from outside of us. And so then takes away our ability to balance them inside of us. If I think what's happening is happening outside of me, it's more like this. It's the shadow, it's the unbalanced energy reaching around from behind you and puppeting the world for you and telling you how to do things and interacting with the world and doing all this. And you're like, what is this? It's here in front of me. Yes, it's in your field of awareness. But a lot of times it is actually of you. And not in the way that like you're possessed, but in the way that if as a child you were told to go sit inside of a box and you were left inside of that box. And anytime you tried to leave that box, somebody got mad at you and pushed you back into the box. And then they taped the box up and they starved you because they said, I don't want that. What is that? My joy, my truth, my confidence, my sense of safety. So let's bring it into real life, right? If we take an energy that's meant to be balanced and expressed throughout our systems, and we push it over to a spot that it's not supposed to live, right? It's not supposed to stay there out of balance. The longer it stays there, the bigger and louder and more moldy and festering it becomes. Fear, insecurity. I keep it balled up here in my belly. And I don't want anybody to really know how insecure I am, so I'm going to pretend that it's not there. And I'm going to do everything I can do to hide it from people so that they won't have a chance to see it. I'm not going to address it in therapy. I might not even go to therapy. No. Because I don't even realize that it is so deep in there and it's festering. And it starts to off gas because when things are out of balance, like in your digestive system, when you eat something that's not perfectly, like really well, aligned with your system, gas happens, right? You eat a bunch of meat and it festers in your gut because it takes too long to go through, gas happens. As it off gases, we go, ooh, that's terrible. I don't want to look at that. Every time it comes up again, my insecurity, maybe my insecurity comes up by me accusing people of never loving me. And that's my narrative. And eventually it's going to come back out and I'm going to say, nobody will ever love me. And I will continue narrating that pattern for me from this unconscious place of this thing that's actually out of balance and festering and old and moldy and not meant to be there. Please wait. Thank you. So we want to start cleaning out our pantry. We want to start cleaning out our pantry. We want to start walking through the halls of our temple. For me, it's a pirate ship. We want to go through all the boxes in the hull of the ship. Because in some of those boxes are the things like my self-esteem, or my truth, or my voice. These things that we intentionally put away, or someone else or our culture teaches us to put away. Dance, pleasure, enjoying life, right? No, those are bad. You shouldn't be doing those things. Children are meant to be seen and not heard. Shh. Put it away. And so for your safety, for your security, for your comfort, for your continued growth, not for your comfort. No, let's take going back. So you can survive that situation. Your energy moves itself or pushes out harder, depending on your constitution and the working between the nature and nurture stuff. In that way, my energy is actually my allies, my triggers, my emotions, my ego, my fears. Those are my allies. What the fuck are you talking about? We're supposed to amputate the ego, right? We're supposed to shut down these, whatever. I'm not supposed to express the anger, right? I'm not supposed to let it live freely. Obviously, it's been doing terrible things, whatever. My entire life, my energy body has been trying to keep me alive, to make sure I survive, no matter what the environment I'm in, no matter whether internal or external environment, no matter how it actually is going. If there's a big storm, my system's going to kick in, just like if there's an emergency and that adrenaline kicks in, your system kicks in to help you. Wow. I'm not alone. I have a team of allies. And every trigger is reminding me of an out of balance energy that needs my attention, love, care, and healing. Everything I need to heal is alive and living well within me every single day because of those triggers or imbalances or emotions or fears or whatever it is that's been narrated into my energy body to make me who I am today. And I can stay within that operation and allow my system to take over if that works for me. But that doesn't often work, does it?
Hey, Mom.
Lo siento, Alexander. Mi español es muy malo. My Spanish is not really that great. Yes, darling?
If Brian's okay with it, may I have a little bit of Count Chocula?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Can I have a little bit of space for this, to continue for a little bit, and then we'll go play hula hoops and go to the river?
I just wanted to have some of that yellow tube in. I just wanted to use
Okay.
to make another little.
Okay. Yeah. But for most of us, right? Let's think of road rage, or let's talk about the older gentleman who's in the hardware store mansplaining to everybody. We're trying to pretend like he's the know-it-all, right? Or the lady in Starbucks in her 50s who's throwing a tantrum because there's the wrong milk in her coffee. Are those helpful things? Are these actually working for her or for him? It's debatable, right? And some of us may look at them and we go, oh my goodness, I cannot believe she is throwing a tantrum in Starbucks right now over her milk. What is wrong with her? And we want to judge her. But in reality, what you're seeing right there is the child who didn't get their needs met. Is the child who learned that tantrum is what gets her voice heard and gets her needs met. And her energy, her emotions are taking the helm because some part of her does not feel strong enough or is not present enough or doesn't feel like they know what to do. So her system takes over and says, oh, we know what to do when our needs don't get met. Tantrum, right? Because that's what I learned when I was 2, and it worked when I was 2, and it continued to work when I was a teenager, and it continues to sort of work as an adult. Does it? Does it? Does it really satisfy any need of yours to come into social media spaces and, I don't know, be obtuse? Or to say rude things, right? Or to judge people like trolls? Is that really working for you? What are you getting out of it? But you are getting something out of it. You're trying to satisfy needs. Whether those needs really get satisfied or not is a much deeper discussion. But if I have a need to boost my self-esteem, then I might pick and poke and put other people down all the time to make me feel big and tall. Not the most mature, not the most responsible course of action. And it's kind of like McDonald's rather than a full meal, right? A healthy meal. It doesn't really satisfy our needs when we're pulling energy from other people, because that's not where energy is supposed to come from. That's not where your source of energy comes from. It comes from the universe. It's that vibration that goes through everything in the universe. It's the vibration that keeps our defibrillator cells pumping so that our heart can beat and create that electromagnetic field that goes all around us and everything else and through everything else in the universe. But a lot of us are walking around with hats on, are walking around with our crown chakra and our root chakra not strong and balanced. Yeah, Red Mama Yeti, also lack of accountability, because they can move on and not see that person again. And that's more indicative too, even more so, of the lack of self-esteem, right? If I have, so here, let's talk the solar plexus like that. Let's talk about the solar plexus. If I have an overconfidence, if I have so much self-esteem, I may still insult people. I may still put people down, but that is this huge pushing out of energy. I'm going to need to control the situation. I get to say what I want. I'm going to shut you down, right? That may be a kind of self-esteem. That's more like narcissism. The insecurity in there is the fact that this is not balanced. So even though I have this huge, big self-esteem thing, and I seem to be so full of myself, it's actually rooted in imbalance. And that imbalance creates insecurity. And the fact is that if your solar plexus is screaming all that energy forth, then there's not a lot of energy left for your heart, where we have empathy and compassion and connection to our fellow humans, where we show up with curiosity and willingness rather than judgment and condemnation and projection. But we also live in a culture that encourages projection, that encourages overblown solar plexus energy, right? For some people, and overblown heart energy for other people, and a weak, thwarted root chakra for everybody. Because if you don't feel safe, well, then we can capitalize on that. If you don't feel safe, you're easier to control and to chattel. And then we get manipulated by the system. And then we get manipulated by capitalism. And then we get manipulated by the religion, or we get manipulated by authority figures, or by the system itself, or just by other people. Because when we're out of balance, we're unstable. Huh, puppy? And when we're out of balance, there will be tension in our bodies, in our minds, in our lives. Maddie, how to get over someone who doesn't want to be in your life anymore, how to save your energy. A lot of us experience relationships through our imbalances. Pretty much all our relationships. It's so pervasive in our reality, in our lives, right? So we talk about soulmates or twin flames, right? Because soulmates or twin flames can match each other's imbalances. Somebody with a big overblown sense of self-esteem might look attractive to me if my self-esteem is not so great and I struggle with being able to set boundaries or things like that in my life, right? I might find that person very attractive and get involved in a relationship with them that's just going to continue to perpetuate my imbalance as well as trigger my imbalance. Because ultimately, it doesn't satisfy your need for self-esteem to have a partner who has self-esteem. You still need your own energy system to be balanced. Hey, Jazz. Jaeger. So I'm going to go ahead and mute you because, again, just personal responsibility, guys. So what's the alternative? Just awareness. There isn't. I mean, there is an alternative, but ultimately, we're going to continue to engage in the relationships that trigger or perpetuate or whatever our imbalances because that's how we are. Just like the way that it colors your reality, your projections, your belief always color your reality because you can't get outside of them. You can't get away from them. So the alternative is to be aware of the fact that relationships and that we can be attracted to and drawn to and feel safer in situations that sometimes are the source of or triggering or perpetuating our imbalances. If you find somebody with a big self-esteem and you're like, I want to be like that, or I love that person, what have you, be aware that what they have is not yours. What you want is from within. And you can't take it from them. You can't get it from them. That's it. It takes your own work. And the beauty of relationships is that if we're both aware, then we can do that together. And that's what the twin flame soulmate thing is really about, is finding your puzzle piece. He completes me. She's my better half, right? But to be aware of the fact that it's an opportunity for growth. It's a mirror, an intimate, close mirror to help you align your own system. So your question was how to get over it. A situation with somebody who isn't in your life. And my best answer every single time is to build a better relationship with yourself. Learn about your imbalances, learn about the triggers, learn about why you were involved in that relationship. And, we don't need to know all the details or all the answers. You don't have to go deep into therapy over these things. We can also just accept that situation, that relationship was not for us right now. Maybe it will be in the future. Maybe we'll look back and go, oh God, that was never actually for me. But everything you're seeking in relationship comes from you too. Sense of feeling loved, feeling safe, feeling seen and heard, cared for. That all is seeded from within you. And if we don't have self-love, self-valuing, then we will never completely really experience it from somebody else. Nobody else can give it to you. You have to have the inner mirror there to reflect it back to you. Thank you for the follow, friend. Sit your butt down. Thank you. If we have a need to be in a relationship and we cannot be on our own, if we struggle to be alone with ourselves, it most likely means that there are imbalances within our systems that are just kind of scary to look at. That might be too hard to look at right now. And some of that stuff is okay. Some of that's okay. Some, not so much, right? Screaming at my neighbors or road raging down the road or insulting people. Like these really, let's clear those really nasty things out first. But we don't clear those things out by starting here. We clear them out by starting here. Mental cramps. That's funny. I was just thinking about asking you about mold. Demons can be great teachers. Yes, they absolutely can. All right, my friends, let's see what time it is for me. It's after 4 o'clock for me. Usually we start at 10 a.m. and stay until for about 4 hours or so. So we've done our 4-hour stretch today. If you guys want to spend a couple more minutes, I've got a couple more minutes, maybe a couple last questions, or if you want to, we've been talking about the solar plexus chakra all of June. I have, I was just about to do like a whole, we've been talking about the solar plexus all of June. Next month, we're going to move up to the heart, and we will be talking about relationships there because Mira, go have fun my hula hoops and river time. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today and making hula hoops with me. I will be live next Saturday, 10 a.m. Pacific time. If you want to join me in the meantime, I do have another class that during the week on Wednesdays. You need a membership for it. You can have a membership on Patreon at Move a Change, or you can subscribe there on TikTok. Those prices are different. TikTok takes up to 60% of what I make. So I have a Patreon for those of you who don't want to pay extra to cover the 60% that TikTok takes. And for pretty much everything that you give me, I give you 3. So go get yourself over on Patreon or subscribe here on TikTok. And you can join our Wednesday night yoga class. You can also grab a membership and you can join us in group coaching on Monday nights, our CAYA kinship circle. You can also grab a membership for private coaching once a month, bi-weekly, every week. I even have a 40-day coaching intensive. Before you book that, please call me so we can make sure that we can schedule that, because that means check-ins every single day. And that is really reserved for people who are trying to make major, big shifts or are in an acute situation that needs that kind of attention. You're very welcome, mental cramps. Glad you're hanging out still. TikTok detected inactivity. Oh, you mean I was talking about Patreon? I said another website and told you guys that TikTok takes up to 60%. So TikTok said, don't tell them that. You're not really there. If you would like to join our community and spend more time outside of this class engaging in these topics, come join us in our Discord. There is a link on the Patreon page for Discord. I have to go back into TikTok, and I think that the link in bio is no longer there for some reason, so I'll try that again. As always, please do me a favor, do me a solid, and engage my content that you like. I'm not trying to ask you to do something that you don't want to do or you don't already enjoy. If you like something, let me know you like it with a heart, with a comment, with a save, with a share. That helps TikTok know, and YouTube, that you guys enjoy the content, and therefore you get more of it. And it helps me know what you enjoy and what you want more of. This isn't a performative space. This is a space in me practicing authenticity, learning to live completely authentically, which is wild. And as I do so, one of the things that's really authentic about me is I like to take care of the people I care about. And I care about you. I care about you too. I love you guys so, so much. Thank you for sharing this space with me. Thank you for joining me for these discussions, asking questions, bringing up personal stuff, being vulnerable and willing. Thank you for your support and your encouragement, because my little solar plexus was really having trouble with it there for a little while. For a long while, let's be honest, for a long while. But since I'm building a relationship with myself for the first time ever, the last 4 years or so, 4 or 5 years, I feel more centered, at peace, more joyful, more me. And if I can share that gift with you and it helps you find you, there's not there's not an amount of money in the world that can buy that. But I do also have to pay for the internet and buy the kid new shoes and buy hula hoop supplies so we can do shit like this. So if you like what I do, if you enjoy these classes, if you feel like you benefited at all, at least go grab a $5 membership or drop something in the tip jar. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for showing me through that reciprocity, whether it be financial or your time here or just sharing content, that you appreciate me being here, because I really like being here. So thank you guys. Mwah! I love you so much. See you later, YouTube.